This will bring us to our only public comment portion of the evening. So if you have something you'd like to say, please come up and state your name. And we'll limit it to 3 minutes if we got a full agenda tonight. Okay. That one, did you bring in our first?
Yeah, Greg is going to step out in the hall and grab our first candidate for interview. And before we do that, I just want to check in and kind of lay out the plan for the audience members. I know the board is very aware. So for each 5 to 7 minutes at the beginning of each of our 3 interviews tonight, the candidates have been asked to prepare a presentation, however they wanted to do that, to talk about should they be awarded the position, what would their plan of entry be? Okay, so that'll be about 5 to 7 minutes. And then we'll go into a little less formal interview. If you were here, last week, very, very structured. Board members could not ask follow-up questions. All the questions were the same. Tonight, that will not be the case. Board members have done some development of their own questions, unique to each candidate based on their strengths and potential challenges. We've also supplied some supplementary questions, and so it's going to feel much more conversational tonight. The candidates will also likely have more questions than they did the other night. So that is what is on the horizon for us. We'll have about a 15-minute break between each of them. The district has provided some refreshments, and so I would encourage you to get up, stretch your legs, etc. Because it's going to be a long night, that's for sure. And then just to point out that we will be collecting feedback forms after every one of the interviews. The last 15 minutes of each of the interviews, Greg and I will be walking through the audience to collect these cards from you. This is where you can submit your own interview questions for the candidates, and the board president will ask those questions as time allows. So if you're looking at me thinking, ooh, I wish I would have grabbed those forms, will you put your hand up and we'll make sure that you get them? Does anybody need either one of these, or we're in good shape? Okay, I see that we need a couple back there, so we'll walk them back there. Okay, Greg, if you would like to bring in our first candidate, it looks like we're good to go. Yeah, very nice.
Good to see you.
You as well.
Thanks, Ty.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please welcome Mr. Wayne Rodell.
Can I just take it right from here, Donna, or?
It's all you.
Okay, very good. Well, I would like to hand out a few things. So this pile is for the audience, so if you'd like to take one and pass it back, that'd be great. Minefield here, I'm trying to.
Yes.
All right, so I think I'm on the clock now, so I'll try to keep pretty good tabs on it. I thought that it was an interesting question to kind of talk about what my entry plan was in terms of coming into this district. So there are really 2 pages to this presentation. I'll kind of walk you through what each part is, and then hopefully by the end of that, you would have a pretty good idea of exactly what direction, at least the early days of the superintendency might look like for me. So I've included this cover page here really because I want you to know me more than just a guy in a suit and a superintendent and things of that sort. So you can see on here, there are several things that are important to me. You're going to see my wife. My other half that I talked about at the last interview is seated right here. Her name's Lisa, and she is the better half of the pair. I don't think I'm too shabby, but she's pretty great in terms of what she does with her life and career and our kids for sure. So you'll see pictures of her up there. You're going to see 3 of my daughters, beautiful young ladies. They're as smart as they are beautiful, very important to my wife and I. And we spend a lot of time and our focus around our family and what we do. The third thing you'll see up there, you'll see lots of friends because I've got some very close folks that have been my friends and our family friends for a long time. So we hang out with them a lot in a place that we call our slice of heaven, and you know that's Rose Lake, which is near Cadillac, and we tend to go up there both in the summer and in the winter. So I'm more than just a guy who comes to work. I kind of like my family. I love my wife and the things that we do for fun. So when I leave today, I hope you can at least look at that and say, gosh, that Wayne Rodell guy was kind of an interesting guy. There's more to him than just the school piece. Okay. If you flip the page to the second page, this is really where I kind of lay out my entry plan as the superintendent for this district. And as I sat and thought about, you know, what the needs are, what the board's needs are, what mine are, to make a partnership work, for me, it really fell into these 3 main categories as I move forward, because all of these have to happen concurrently in order for us to be successful. And so what I've done is not so much put a timeline on each of these categories, but to say there's some intentional work that I need to do with the Board of Education. And when we take a look at that category, one of the first things that I would do is I would meet with each one of you individually. Because in order for us to work together, I've got to know who you are. I got to know what makes you tick. I got to know why you're on the board. You need to know things about me as well in terms of how I operate. Because in the end, as we work together, you know, it's the superintendent's job to make sure that everyone gets a bite of their pie that is important to them. You know, because each one of you, I'm sure, as I talk to boards and my board members, each have passions that are kind of individualized, and I work very hard to make sure that everyone gets a piece of what's important to them. So I would meet with each of you individually to get a feel for that so you can understand me. I think we need to do a lot of short-term goal setting. You know, so as I talk to administrators today and community folks and teaching staff, they all want to know what's happening, what's going to happen. And so I think it's important for the board and myself right out of the gate to talk about short-term goals. Not what's going to happen a year from now, but what's going to happen a week from now, a month from now. What are those goals? How focused are they? And what's achievable, what's not achievable, and how do we move forward so that people know. Once people know, they relax and they calm down, they continue to do the great work that they do. I think that there has to be intentional work with the board about process. So that, you know, I know in my district, my board lays out parameters for me relative to finances. And I mentioned in the last interview that even if our fund balance grows by $1, that's the parameter for them relative to the finances for the district. So I work with our finance director and myself and others on what the priorities are of the district. We develop budgets around that piece. And in the end, what I know in terms of what I present to the board is as long as I come out on the black side, that the budget that addresses the needs of the district is being met. And so how that process works here at Tecumseh with this board, we need to hammer that out so that I have an understanding so that we can move forward. That would be the same thing that might happen with curriculum. I would encourage the board right out of the gate to continue work with MASB in terms of CBA credits and courses that you can take. I did see a certificate back in the board office where we had our first meeting. I don't know if it was this board or previous boards where everybody you know, had received, you know, I'm guessing it was the basic 101 class that MASB offers. I would continue to move folks down that road. Because like boards, like superintendents, like teachers or anyone else, the more you learn, the more you grow, embrace your understanding of school districts and it benefits everybody. Right now, I currently send out a weekly board update because we're all humans and everyone wants to know what's the nitty-gritty happening in the district on a week-to-week basis, so that if you're at Bush's buying groceries and someone comes up to you and say, oh my gosh, did you hear about what happened at the high school or at the junior high or whatever, I want to know that my board can say, yeah, I know that was unfortunate, I know what happened, I know some details and we're working on it. And then people feel reassured that you're in the loop on that piece. And then finally in that category, it says engage in a facilitated strategic planning initiative. And so in order for us to move the district long-term, and I've seen some stuff on your website, I don't know, I've got to learn about where you're at, where you've been relative to strategic planning, but we need to do that together because that helps you and I understand, where we're at, where we want to go, and then I work hard to work with those folks in the district to help us move in the direction that the board wants to go. So right out of the gate, if I was given the job, those are the pieces that I'd work on with the Board of Education. Now, the middle category takes a look at internal stakeholders, students, and employees. I can tell that there's a ton of work that needs to be done with those folks as well. So as you read through this, I want to meet with your student leadership teams in all your buildings. I want to have conversations with your building teachers so that I can understand where they've been, what their struggles were, where they want to go in the future. I don't want to give up going into classrooms. Currently, I go into classrooms twice a week. They're kind of red appointments on my calendar. I don't want to lose those. But this district's a little bit different. I probably take 3 hours a week, and I go visit 3 classrooms at various levels. I probably start, in the middle levels in this district, just because there's some curricular work going on there that I want to learn about and understand. So that would happen right away. I had a great meeting when I met the other administrators in the district today. In my district in Fowlerville, I meet with those folks regularly, sometimes weekly, depending on events going on. But pulling us together helps create a real cohesive group. And certainly they would be an integral part of any strategic planning that we do. And then lastly, there has to be some communication and conversation with the community, our parents and guardians, and all of our residents that are here and have a vested interest in the schools and what's going on. So you'll see there, the first thing is Words with Wayne. Words with Wayne is a real simple thing where I would go out to places where people are, because it's hard to get folks into the schools. They're busy, their lives take up a lot of time. But they all gotta go to the grocery store, or they all gotta go to the hardware store, or they gotta get breakfast. And so Words with Wayne gives me an opportunity to at least go set up shop somewhere, get it on a calendar, get it publicized so that folks can come to me and share their thoughts. Because that's the conduit where I can take information back to the board. I can also work with the administrative teams in place and make progress there. Certainly, and I've said this at the last interview, people are going to see me around. So I attend things. And that's all part of being visible and creating an avenue for the community to visit with me and talk to me about what their experiences are with the schools. I would hope that I model a warm and welcoming demeanor so that I'm friendly. I mean, people tell me I'm kind of friendly, and every once in a while I say something that's funny. It's not always on purpose, but it creates some rapport, and I think I can do that. There might be a survey out there of the parent and community already. If there isn't, I think we should initiate one. Or analyze deeply what is out there already, and then certainly engage the community in a strategic plan. I think the strategic plan piece involving the board, the employees, the internal stakeholders, the students, as well as the community, you know, can help heal a lot of the stuff that's out there and help move everybody forward. Because what I do know is I've met some great people today, passed a lot of really good students who left the building today when I was coming in initially, and all the community members I've met, you know, love Tecumseh schools. And so I think it's incumbent on all of us, folks here, teachers, administrators, and the board, to really come together and move us forward. And I think I can help you do that. So that's what I got for you today. I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
So I had 3 questions for you. You actually sort of answered 2 of them already. So we'll go right on to the 3rd one. What was your proudest moment as superintendent?
Man, that Rolodex is long, you know, in terms of what I'm most proud of. Today, I'm most proud of the book bus that we built. You know, it's kind of a cool initiative that brings great PR to our district, but you know, I'm really most proud that at Fowlerville Community Schools, if you take a look at our size, which I've told you before, as a district, we're real similar to Tecumseh. I'm really most proud that you know, we offer a very comprehensive program for all of our kids. Given our size, our kids, you know, I've got 65 kids that we bus to the Wilson Talent Center, which is a career center. I've got another dozen kids who take career courses within LaTeX. We've got a vibrant band, music, theater program. You know, our theater is state-of-the-art and is amazing. Our kids do great things. And so I'm very proud of that. I mean, I offer 12 AP classes in seats at the high school. I've visited a tremendous number of elementary classrooms, and the level of collaboration and what we're doing in terms of ELA instruction and math instruction. It's amazing stuff that I see happening. And so I'm very proud of the whole package that we have in place in Fowlerville. And you know, if I didn't think it was in such a great place, I probably wouldn't be here today. But you know, that certainly is one of the reasons why I'm exploring this position, because I think Fowlerville is in a great spot. And I had a degree of help in bringing it that way. But certainly there are great people there too, like there are great people here at Tecumseh as well.
All right then. The question I have is regarding the increasing use of virtual and online curriculums by public schools at large. How do you think this will impact the community's brick and mortar schools, and how do you foresee the children being affected socially or otherwise by its increased use?
We've got a Fowlerville Online Learning Academy as well. It's not quite as robust as what it is here, but I don't see it impacting brick and mortar schools. I still believe that you know, parents in our communities want teachers, and they want teachers working with their kids and mentoring them and guiding them. You can get you know, a teacher on the other end of the virtual class, and there are some kids who really thrive in that environment because they're not in that traditional setting. They can't function in a traditional schedule. They can't get up to school on time. But you know what? They work great from about 1 in the afternoon to 10 at night, and that's where their wheelhouse is. And so, so I think there's a place for virtual learning. If the virtual learning has a teacher on the other end and there's some two-way interaction, I think that piece is critical to good quality learning in the virtual setting. Not that we don't have the type of setting where kids are involved in credit recovery, where they've already had a course once and they're taking an online course that doesn't have a teacher attached to it. It just has content that was created by a highly qualified teacher, and kids will move through that at their own pace and can earn credit that way to keep them on track to graduate. So I think there's a place for it. I think brick and mortar schools are going to maintain their enrollments. I think as a whole state we're decreasing a little bit, but I don't see it impacting it. I worry, about social interactions and the emotional piece, attached to kids who are in strictly a virtual learning situation. What can we do for those students to get that piece of the education, which I also think is really important. It's not just about content, and we're not trying to create folks for the workforce that simply sit in an isolated cubicle. That might be good for some professions, but as a whole, if I paint with a broad brush, that's not the kind of person that the school wants to create. So I think we need to take a look at what the virtual piece does the best, why students are in the virtual learning community, and then how can we make that community, how can we provide those other pieces that we know are missing from there, and mostly the social interaction. I like kids to be able to look me in the eye, shake my hand, say hello, and that doesn't always happen with an iPhone and a computer and that type of thing. So it has a place. They both have a place. Let's try to figure out how we can make all of those spaces good for the kids when they graduate from Tecumseh schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. The arts in Tecumseh are extremely important to the community and the teachers and our children. One of the concerns that we've heard from the community is, how will the arts be affected? So I know that you had some issues at your current district where you made some changes to the arts. How would you handle the arts programs here?
Well, I think the piece to remember, so I had a great conversation with this gentleman right here relative to the arts. And, what I told him was that our arts programs and other parts of our district are growing and thriving, and we're supporting those by adding staffing and FTE into those positions, both in art classes, theater classes, and additional music sections, because our numbers are popping through the roof and we can't buy enough band marching uniforms for our kids. We might be close to 200 kids in that program right now out of a school our size. I think that's pretty good. And so I don't want the narrative out there that I don't support the arts. So the situation that I spoke about, we were looking at our issues as a whole. And when you look at your budget and you look at your academic deficiencies, sometimes we make decisions to address those academic deficiencies that in that given circumstance, that was the decision that we made to make a change. And it's paid off for our students relative to their ability to read, their ability to do math, and ultimately we know that those students will be successful in whatever direction they decide to go. But I really believe that when you're taking a look at a budget in a school system, there's got to be balance in it. And so do I worry about cutting the arts? Is that the narrative? No. If we were in a budget deficit, I think we have to look at the budget in total. And just so you know, for me, you cut every place except student programming first. And then you work from there if it has to be done. And then those are the toughest decisions that this board would ever have to make. And those are tough meetings, but you do it in a balanced, thoughtful way, and you come up with a plan that's going to work for the district, because there isn't an option to go and become a deficit district. You're constrained by, you know, your foundation allowance and your student count and what your staffing is. And you have to run a balanced, comprehensive program. Your cuts have to be balanced. The programs that you run have to be balanced. And so I would hope that if we were in that position, we would look at everything in its entirety before we did any student programming cuts. You know, I want to hear your orchestra. I don't work in a school that has an orchestra. I think that'd be kind of cool to come see and listen to. I enjoy that. So that's kind of how I look at it.
Thank you.
Suzanne?
How do you think schools should track student success after graduation to ensure we are meeting all the needs of students and that we line up and that they line up with the current job markets? You hear all the time about, oh, we're short in the carpenters union, or we're short in this trade, or people aren't trained in robotics for this job, and you know, we need more teachers. How would that look?
Well, in our district, we do a survey that's 6 years out. So we do the best that we can to track down our graduates 2 years after they've left high school. And part of that's run through LESA, which is our intermediate school district. And we take a look at that data. That data is really what drives our decisions in the schools. Because what I can tell you is that in Fowlerville, when we do our exit surveys with our seniors, which I would assume maybe we do here in Tecumseh, I know that over 80% of our kids say they're going to college. Yet I know on the 6-year survey, so 2 years out of high school, I know that only 40% of our kids are in college. And so that survey lets us know where kids end up, because it tracks the military, it tracks those who are in the workforce as well. And it gives us an idea of where people are and what they're doing and how successful they've been. I think that you know, I participated on the Michigan Works Board in Livingston County. That's kind of restructured and changed now a little bit. But that's where we get our latest and greatest data on what the up and coming jobs are in terms of where people need skills. But I would argue with people, you, community members, people who are running the businesses, that the high schools, you know, we're not developing those talents to become welders. We're not the ones responsible for, you know, that exact training. High schools and community schools are really designed to develop collaborative skills between kids, to help kids understand that they need to get up and get to school on time. They need to, you know, my wife would say, play nice in the sandbox with others. And so if schools are always chasing, you know, that hot spot that needs additional jobs, I think that we do a disservice for what we're doing, because we can't teach all of those things. Now, what can we do? We can create opportunities in our junior high and then in our high school where our kids can begin to learn about and think about what their career opportunities might be. And then we can develop opportunities for them both in school to, you know, be mentored by other folks in the field, to do internships during their schooling days so that they can see if they like it or not. We can provide opportunities to have them begin to learn skills. Maybe it's auto body, construction trades, welding, or whatever, because those are interests and passions of those kids who go to those programs. So for me, it's about creating opportunities for kids to learn about that stuff, not to, now, maybe we find out that, man, we need kids going into the medical field, so, you know, so we develop opportunities through internships and things of that nature in that field, so that at least kids can learn if that's something that they like. Those are very powerful experiences. I'm glad my daughter Emma did an internship at Grand Valley in the development department. You know, she's a communications major, but she can smile and dial and ask people for money very well, which is a great skill. But she knows by that internship, she knows that she doesn't want to go into development if it means she's going to sit in a cubicle and scrub the data, trying to find all of the people that might donate money to the university. So those types of experiences, work both ways for kids.
Emmett?
You just talked about the schools not having basically what I call shop class and all that. So they've changed. I mean, I went to school in the early 60s through 70s. So where do you see schools going in the next 10 years?
Oh, I certainly see those programs being alive and vibrant. I don't necessarily see local individual schools having all of those programs per se, because we can't always find teachers where you're blessed in this county because you've got a skills center, you've got a career center. In Fowlerville, I made an unpopular decision with our LESA superintendent to seek a partnership with the Ingham ISD, which is not our county, so you can imagine how the feathers are ruffled. But I send a bus now out to the Wilson Talent Center. I can't afford, with my size, 840 kids in our high school, I can't hire a full-time construction tradesperson. We used to have auto shop, and then when my auto shop teacher went down to Pinckney, I couldn't find another qualified auto shop instructor. And folks who are in the field with lots of experience, they don't want to come to my school where I've got to pay them on a teacher contract and pay them $35,000 when a good auto mechanic right now is making $80,000 or more, I'm sure. So that's just kind of the market out there right now. So maybe individual schools can't afford that piece, but skill centers, those are the types of places where they'll thrive because in those environments, you can bring in English teachers and you can bring in math teachers to supplement and augment the curriculum that kids are learning in auto, in construction trades, so that those students, not only do they get their construction trades credit or whatever CTE program they're in, but they also get their math credit, they get their English credit, and so that there's space in their schedule for kids to have those opportunities. So 10 years from now, we're going to have those. They're going to be well developed. We're going to have kids who are in those programs. They just might not be housed in the local district anymore. But you've got a great county. You've got programs that Tecumseh kids can take part of, and it's not that far of a drive. So I don't know if you send a bus there now, but it's a great way to get lots of kids into probably 15 or 16 different programs that they can leave with some credentials and be employed right away and do great work for our community. So I think it's going to be around. Might look a little different, but it'll be here certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I worked real hard coming up. I thought it was great. I had 8 questions I wanted to ask you, and your outstanding presentation took care of a good number of them. And then John took away one. So I guess what aspect of being the superintendent of Tecumseh Public Schools would present the greatest challenge for you? If awarded the position, what is your plan to address those challenges?
Well, you'll see in my presentation. So what's the greatest challenge? I think you're the greatest challenge. And I mean that from a superintendent board relationship piece. That's the biggest challenge because the superintendent works directly with the board. And then the superintendent works with other groups throughout the district. And so you're a challenge. And we have to work hard together to develop that relationship. And I kind of laid out those thoughts that I have relative to working with the board. But we've got to get on the same page as fast as we can. And how do we do that? We're going to potentially do board retreats. We're going to take time. We're going to meet We're going to talk about goals and what our wishes are for Tecumseh Public Schools, and you're going to teach me where you were, where you've been in the last year, and where we want to go. And those might be tough, frank conversations, but you know, this is really you know, why I'm here tonight, because I want to know that we can do that together, and because that's important to me. Now, I think one of my strengths as a superintendent currently is that I think I've got tremendous board relations. I've got great relationships with the people on our board, and we work as a team together, and so there's really 8 of us on that team, and I'm able to take what the board's wishes are in those directions, and able to move our district and follow them forward because of that. So, you know, that's we're going to meet a lot, Mr. McNamara. We're going to meet a lot, and we're going to talk about what the board wants and where you want to go, and there's no substitute for time. So we'll have to do those types of things because that's the only way you're going to develop trust in me, and I'm going to develop trust in the board. Because without that, you know, we can't move forward, or at least we can't move forward in a way that will bring the community and our staff in this district along with us. And you know, I was told a long time ago by someone a lot wiser than me, you know, it's tough to be a chief when you don't have any Indians following you, right? And so we've got to lead in a way that brings everybody along with us, and that's leadership, and that's what I would hope to bring to Tecumseh Schools.
Wait, why Tecumseh? You've been in Palmerville for 16 years, and I know last time you said it's a pay raise and you're looking for a new challenge, but I'm sure you still have challenges in Palmerville, so why Tecumseh?
You know, I'll tell you, Mr. Simpson, so you'll hear some of the same things, you know. Sometimes, you know, you're at a point in your life with your own family, with my work, with my wife's work, where it's time to change, and it's time to find something new. I'm looking to be reinvigorated. I love education. I've been an educator my whole career. I loved teaching. I love going in and working with kids and getting into classrooms. And I'm not ready to get out of it. I am at the right place in my career where I can look at other opportunities. I see Tecumseh as an opportunity. Why is it an opportunity for me? Well, I think that you've been through the ringer in the last 6 months. That's exciting to me from the standpoint that I think that I've got some skills in terms of building good, solid board relationships that can bring people together as one unit and move us forward. That's exciting. I don't have that opportunity in Follow. Our board is set. We know what direction we're going. We've worked, you know, 6 going on 7 years with all of our programming, and we have challenges, but nothing that revs my engine like coming in and trying to work in a situation like this. When you couple, you know, the job satisfaction piece, you know, because I gotta work. I like getting up in the morning. I like going to work. I like to have fun at work when I go. And I could see myself enjoying this work at Tecumseh. All of the other factors sound like this. You know, you are a community that has had a rich tradition and past. You know, you can't find anybody out there who doesn't think Tecumseh Public Schools is a great place to be. I've talked to so many people who have had kids graduate from here. Your reputation is outstanding. And so superintendents want to go someplace where the reputation is really high, you know, because even though I don't have you know, a real outward ego, I know when I'm standing around 20 other superintendents, I want to be proud that, yeah, I'm the superintendent of Tecumseh Public Schools, and I want them to say, yeah, he's pretty good, you know. They've got great programs, great kids, great people, it's a great town, you know. So you have a past history that I think can, you know, that I enjoy and I like. You are the kind of town that I like. I like places where the school is the center of the community, like Tecumseh. I bet you get a lot of community support in most all of your programs that you run, because your school is the center of everyone's life when they've got kids. And my guess is that you even bring in a large number of community folks who don't have kids because of your different art performances that you put on in the district. And so, so that's a plus to me. You know, my wife wants to work 9 more years, and so I'm going to work. You know, I like her. I don't want to be retired and up at the cabin without her. You know, and so I'm looking for a place, you know, where I can stay energized and continue working and be passionate about what I do. And that's the truth. Money is a part of it. You know, I'm going to retire someday, and this position does have a potential to pay more. And there's no getting around that piece. And, you know, superintendents don't move, you know, to make a lateral move unless they have issues in their district. I don't have any issues. You know, I'd welcome you to call Mike Brown, our board president, and talk to him. And he's a fabulous man who supports, you know, people finding better opportunities that might fit their life and their age and where they're at. And I mean, I don't have any skeletons out there on why I want to leave there and go to Tecumseh. And I did joke that it'd be kind of cool to end someplace where I started with my student teaching, and that's kind of cool. You know, and who knows, maybe I can get to an Adrian College homecoming game, which I haven't been back to in quite some time. And you know, I'm still connected with Adrian and some people who went to school there as well. So why Tecumseh? You know, I'm a guy at that place in his life that I think has some skills to be a superintendent. I think you're looking for a superintendent, hopefully with some skills that I possess, and maybe we're just at the right place at the right time.
Thank you.
Could you please describe the specific systems you implemented to ensure curricular alignment and that curriculum is regularly reviewed to monitor student outcomes?
In my district, we have an assistant superintendent whose predominant role is curriculum. And so our systems that are in place, you know, if you do the school improvement process correctly and you have school improvement teams that are the right people, they're the academic leaders in the building, and you have systems like our district where we've got grade level chairs and department chairs, and if those folks are communicating with each other, then you're building school improvement plans within your buildings that do exactly what you're talking about. They align your curriculum, they keep a focus on your areas of need, they address all of the gaps that you have between all of your subpopulations. And most importantly, it aligns all of your federal and state grant money to support those initiatives that you have in place. And so then, you know, you take time in your study teams to look at your data, to monitor whether or not you're making the progress that your school improvement plan says. So I really lean heavily on Tim Dowker, my assistant, to help lead some of those conversations. But more importantly, I rely on my building principals who are really leading those teams, those school improvement teams in their buildings, and they're monitoring their data to make sure that they are moving in a good direction. That doesn't mean that as a district, we don't make sure we focus on, you know, ELA and we bring in, you know, say a K-5 initiative where we've got to do something in addition to. But that system, when it runs well, and you've got great principals and great leaders within the buildings, you know, should be the structure that you need. And those folks will share it out, and you know, that might be the good news presentation that the board might hear about how those plans are going. I don't know if, you know, you've seen the building school improvement plans, but you know, they're usually pretty detailed, and they'll let you know exactly what your folks are doing. It's a good system.
Could I ask a follow-up question?
Of course.
So would it be your position in Tecumseh, because we're a similar-sized district, that if we select you, that you would like to have possibly an assistant superintendent of curriculum?
I asked this question earlier with administrators because I'm trying to figure that out. So I'm going to tell you in terms of an answer specifically to that question, no, that's not what I need to have in order to make things work. What I do need to have is I need to understand what your current structure is. I need to visit with people to understand where the holes are and what we're not able to do and support with the structure that's in place. And then I would work within the constraints of the budget and the people that we have to develop a better structure that includes you know, the type of support that everybody needs. So I don't think things need to look the same as my other district. I need to learn what you have and then find out what we're not doing well, and then we figure out how to adjust that. Much like the story I told you about hiring a dean of students. We haven't always had a dean of students at the high school, and that answer really came out of the fact that I needed somebody to address some of the social emotional needs of our high school kids, our chronic attendance issues, chronic dropouts, and so I needed to create some time. And so we developed that dean of students. It was an effective answer for us to hire someone in at less of a salary. We know it's very much a transition, stepping stone position. It's a great place for some teachers who want to move into administration. We could pay more than a teacher rate, you know, at least a early teacher rate for that position, and it freed up the time to do other great work that we needed to do. So I would say there's more than one way to skin a cat. Let's figure out what it looks like now and you know, see what it needs to look like to make us be the best we can.
So do you prefer to take the lead on implementing new teaching methods, strategies, and ideas, or do you prefer to wait and let other districts take the point on it and see how it works out for them first?
Well, I prefer to support the teachers and administrators in our system and make that the best they can. And if that happens to be the leader in our county and other counties, then so be it. I'm not. I haven't been in my past the person who reads an article or a book and says, "Oh, that looks really great. Let's implement that and you know, be the leader in that area." That usually hasn't been the way I operate. But I am a great person when people come to me with great ideas that are based in research and data that says, you know, our kids aren't performing here. We think that this can be a better way to go. And then I'm really good at supporting those folks and helping bring those types of changes through the process, whatever that process is for this district, which I don't know what it is. That's something that I need to learn and need to learn right away. And then we move it forward together. And if that happens to make us cutting edge because we're doing it, then that's great. If it's not cutting edge, that's okay too, if it helps make our kids better. So you know, that's an ego thing, I think, if you want to be the best. I think you're the best just by, making sure that you're organized, you address the needs of your kids, you have a great comprehensive school program, pre-K-12, and when your kids leave, they do great things and they tell people how great you are. That's the kind of reputation that I'd like to foster. People will know in the county, your school of choice numbers will reflect, how well you're doing relative to your programming, and your reputation will reflect that as well. So, your teachers will get called and they'll go places to present on the great things that they do. Your administrators will do the same thing. So that's what you see me do.
Thank you.
You got another question? Given that, do you have any thoughts on PBL, or you have any experience with it, where it fits in the system?
That's why I said it. If I do classroom visits, I want to start really, at the middle levels, so that I can learn more about that. I'm aware of project-based learning, and we've got some programs in Livingston County that utilize project-based learning solely. I would tell you that I don't land necessarily on having all kids move through, a project-based learning curriculum in all subjects. That, to me, it runs a little contrary to choice and what kids need, because kids come in all shapes and sizes and their brains work differently. And so I think you need pockets and paths for kids and parents to move through project-based learning. But I support project-based learning because it's authentic. It applies the knowledge that kids learn in class. And I would maintain what the district does relative to that. I just would make sure that there's enough for everybody to get what they need as a student within our system. I think that's most important. But you can't go wrong with project-based learning. Kids learn a different set of skills than what you learn just here with your book. You just can't be book smart anymore in this world. If we take a look at what our kids are doing, what they're being asked to do relative to technology, collaborating with peers, and doing group work together, managing their time, all of that, comes out of project-based learning, and that's critical for student success. So I would think, how can we develop a system that allows us to get the best out of that curricular process, and still allow folks to feel comfortable that there's a balance, and they're learning enough core material so that they can work in groups and use the skills that they know. I know that's a sticky wicket for this community right now, just relative to where you've been and where you're going, and that's another conversation that we'll be sitting down and having and talking about, so that we all know what direction we need to steer the ship.
I think it's a question that need to be asked in the interviews.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. And like I said, I'll go back to balance. To me, everything's about balance. It's not all this or all that. It's something in the middle, and that's where I think you find your best system.
And when you say balance, I agree with you 100% that people learn in different ways, and different ways to make both happen would be wonderful and should happen. And I think they have in the past. I mean, we did experiments in science when I was in high school. I mean, that was a long time ago. But how would you balance between knowing that they are getting the core? Would you use data to support that? I mean, you're either getting it in math or your grades are steadily going up. What if that group was suffering in certain areas? How would you solve that problem?
Well, that's what you got to look at. So how are your kids, now this is what, the third year where you've been pretty heavily invested in that curricular movement in terms of the project-based piece, and coming up with a lot of student choice and that type of thing. And so I want to know, you know, what are your scores? I'm not sure we have enough data yet to know if we're suffering with what our kids are doing on their ACT or SAT rather, or any other assessments that you're giving. So I think that's what you look at. You look at how are your kids performing, and once you know how they're performing, that will give you some indication on whether that curricular system is working for you. So start with your data, use it to evaluate the program. I would think that when the district moved in that direction, I would guess that if I spoke with administration right now, they're tracking data on student performance so that they can tell if what they're doing is making an impact. Because if it's not making an impact, you know, why do it? You know, so how do we determine that? You look at the data and how your kids are doing. I'm thinking that it's out there. We just have to look at it to tell. So now, the other piece of that is there's a lot of research out there that speaks very highly about where the world is going, and we need to be cognizant of that piece and what our kids might need 10 years down the road, 15 or 20 years down the road. We have to predict a little bit out in the future, and my guess is that as we take a look at those trends and what the research is telling us, that project-based learning develops some of those skills that they will need in the future. It just may not help us right now, you know, in the short term.
One of the projects we have coming up is a building reconfiguration. What is your past experience with building reconfiguration, and how would you go about that process?
Well, I was in our district. I spoke to the fact that we've got a preschool building. We've got a K2, a 3, 4, 5, a 6, 7, 8, and 9 through 12. In my career in Fowlerville, we used to have a 5, 6 building and a 7, 8 building, and so they were split up a little bit differently. And we closed the building due to financial issues and reorganized due to that piece, and we basically moved the 5th grade down into our Krieger Elementary and pushed our 2nd graders into our Smith building, moved our 6th graders into our junior high, though there's a bell schedule going on there, but our 6th graders really operate on an elementary schedule because there's just a lot more collaboration. So we were able to address some concerns that the community had with their younger kids in a junior high type situation, and we were able to develop a schedule that segregated that grade from the 7th and 8th grade so that there just wasn't an issue with the age differential. But you know, all of that happened you know, with conversation. So you know, one of my questions is, you know, does this board, you know, operate on a committee structure or as a board of a whole? For conversations around, say, curriculum or finance or whatever.
We're just starting our committees.
Just started committees, okay? So you work in a committee and then those committees might bring information to the whole board for whole discussion. You know, so in this particular instance on that reconfiguration, it was really driven by finances, and so that was driven kind of top down, and then it came to the board through finance, curriculum, and whole board discussion, and then we had community forums. And so I remember the superintendent at the time and the board, you know, sitting in our auditorium, crowds were big, talking about the realignment and you know, what the concerns were. So we did a lot of listening. We took the concerns down, and then we really worked our plans to try to address the concerns the best we could. We did that with plenty of foresight and timing so that we could address as much as we could before implementation happened, So if you have realignment plans coming with those buildings, then I'm thinking that we're going to have a lot of conversation around, at least what your goal is and why that's a goal, and what those questions. I would have a lot of questions around that, and I would work closely with our administrative team. We would look at what those desires are and what plans could be to address that. And then we would have, if that's the direction that the board wants to go, then we would look at the community as a whole and start to talk about those pieces and what those concerns are so that we could address those in our plans. That way everybody knows, we're transparent, and we're able to at least implement a plan that might not be perfect for everybody, but addresses, any concerns that are out there.
Thank you. We've got one more question from the board. So has anybody got a burning question that they want to ask, or they have to have answered? No?
Have you had any experience when you've had a problem or an issue before the board and you had to deal with a split board, and what was your approach to it?
I don't like those situations, and when there are those situations, then generally that tells me I didn't do a good enough job communicating with the board before that situation. So the way we've handled issues like that, sometimes we've tabled action items that have created a split board because that doesn't help the situation, whatever it is, to have 4 and 3. I've had a lot of 6 and 1 votes, things like that, but nothing that's been truly a split board, down ideological lines. And so I see that as part of my job to make sure that when I bring action items to the board, that we're all on the same page and we know how the vote's going to happen, because we've been educated on it, and I know what direction we're going to go. Doesn't mean we won't have split boards, split votes, but I sure would try to minimize those as much as possible. Because it doesn't work well when it's 4 and 3, 5 and 2, 6 and 1. We need to work as a cohesive group, because in the end, regardless of how you vote, you're on the board and you're all taking responsibility for the good and the bad that might come out of it.
All right, thank you, Wayne. We got a few questions here from audience members. We'll try to get through them if we got time.
Okay, I'll try to be succinct.
All right. So during the 2018-19 school year, Tecumseh had a net loss of about 350 students to 2 of our neighboring districts. As a superintendent of TPS, how would you address this important issue?
So my thinking is that those students left because they weren't happy with the state of affairs. So how do you address that? Well, you begin by, I call it staying, beneath the fold of the paper. And so we work together as a team, and we make sure, that we're putting the best face of Tecumseh Public Schools out there that we can. And number 2, we make sure that the parents and students who leave our school system talk to their neighbors and tell them what a great experience it was, and how well the board's working together, and how supportive the teachers were, and how they have a new superintendent now, and we think that the district is moving in a great direction. So the way you bring those kids back, or the way you stem the tide of people leaving, is making sure that we all work together in the same direction, so that we stay below the fold. Or we stay on page 2 or 3, is good too. So that's the thing that you do. I talked to our communications person, she's floating around here somewhere, and how do you increase your school of choice and as you make your reputation the best that it can be. You know, I do have some radio spots and up in Livingston County that if you drive through 23, you might hear me on WHMI, but you know, that typically you know, doesn't bring in, you know, your lifelong Tecumseh people. It's the reputation and the product that you're producing that does that.
All right, here's another question. What experience do you have with social justice work, and how would you promote diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I don't have a lot of experience with social justice, and so we do have some movement in our district. We've brought in the 7 mindsets where we're working on those types of skills that including all kids, and you know, we've got buddy benches and we've got different things that you know, I've been a huge supporter of peer-to-peer programming, which are courses that we have both at our junior high and our high school that really take students who really are peer mentors for you know, students that just have special needs. So so that's those are programs, I think, that and initiatives that when you have staff that want to promote that piece, you know, then I support that because it's good for kids. Kids need to be able to come to school, feel comfortable, and not get teased, bullied, and not have a bad experience in school. So I focus on those types of things. Do all kids come here and have a great opportunity to learn and enjoy the different programming that we have, you know, without ridicule and without issues. So you just need to support kids. That's the key.
Here's another one. When individual or groups of individuals approach and demand actions, changes, will you feel comfortable pushing back when in disagreement and requiring public discussion and a public role at a BOE meeting?
Mr. Simpson, read that one more time for me.
Thank you, I did.
Yeah, when individual or groups of individuals approach and demand actions, changes, will you feel comfortable pushing back when in disagreement?
Okay, so if that's at a Board of Education meeting, this is how I operate in a situation like that, because I've experienced that quite a few times. So people come to call the public. It's their 3 minutes. It's their, you know, it's their time, and they can say what they want during call to the public. And they can, you know, ridicule or demand action, or they want this person fired or that person whatever, or, you know, my kid was, you know, the list is long. So how do we handle that as a superintendent and board? I simply would look at you, and we'd make eye contact, and after that person is done, or group, if they were done with their conversation or their call to public, you know, you would say, Mr. Odell, can you look into that and report back to the board what your findings are? And I'll say, I sure will, Mr. Simpson. I have notes on the conversation. I'll look into it and I'll report back to the board. So I don't see when people do call to the public, that's what it is. It's a call to the public. There isn't a conversation that happens between the board and the public at call to the public. It's a time where they can express their concerns. It's my role as the superintendent to look into what those concerns are, because they're valid. People don't come to board meetings with those unless they're really fired up about it. So I learn about it. I meet with those people individually. Maybe it includes other administration or staff to meet so that we can understand that fully. And then if it's truly a concern about the school, we resolve it, and with a solution that we put in place, because that's what we're hired to do. And then I come back to the next board meeting and I let the board know, listen, this was the concern brought forward. This is what happened, the plan that was put in place, and I think that we've resolved it, and we can move forward from that. You know, so that's how I've operated in the past, and if we were to move forward, you know, that's how I would expect, you know, to move forward in the future as well. Conversations between the board and public never go real well, because it's emotional, they're charged, things always are better, you know, 24 hours later, and I think I can help be the buffer between those angry folks, concerned folks, and the board. That's what I see as part of my job, and I think I can do that really well.
All right, and I've got one more here. What strategies would you implement to encourage continued growth and development in your staff?
Man, that one's really easy, you know. So, you know, if you never go out and leave Tecumseh Public Schools, and you don't go and learn, then you don't grow. And so I support, through our school improvement plans, a pretty robust opportunity for people to seek professional development, go to conferences, and to learn and keep sharp on your skills. Because that's the only way you do it. And it's the only way that you change and understand, you know, what's coming down the road and how things are changing in the future. So how do I encourage that? I try to create as much time as I can in schedules for teachers to meet, to collaborate, to talk about their craft. You know, we either bring people in, you know, to help folks study. We create PLCs if the structure's there, staff meeting time where small groups of people can get together and study certain things. You know, everyone has to have 5 PD days at Fowlerville schools. We've got 3 of those 5 days are called flex PD days. And so we've got a structure in place that allows our staff to create their own learning environment that's specific to them. And of course, they've got to put an agenda together and learning goals. And we, like I said, we have a structure. And maybe it's a book study that, you know, 6, 7, 8 people do through the course of a year. And they get credited for X number of hours of professional development. So we've been able to find ways in our system to help people learn what they want to learn, and we send people out if it's part of our school improvement plan as well. So I think without that, I think, you know, you stagnate and you don't change, you don't learn, you don't get better, and that's one of the reasons, you know, why I encourage the board as well to take CBA classes so that you can continue to learn and grow as board members. Just like I go to, you know, I was just at the Fall Superintendent's Conference, and I learn and grow as a superintendent because I don't want to stay right where I'm at. I got to keep up with her, and she's always changing and learning. And I don't want to get left behind that far. Okay?
Thank you. Do you have a question for the board at all?
You know, I've asked this question of every group that I've been in, and you know, it's a tough question in an open meeting, right? So, and I don't know how you can answer this truthfully, but you know, my only concern moving forward with this position is, you know, is the board willing and capable to have a working relationship with the superintendent? I need to know that because if I happen to be your top candidate and you offer me the position of superintendent, I need to know that you're there at that point, because without that, I wouldn't accept the position. So I need to know that piece. You know, so Mr. Simpson, I don't know how you could answer that one for me.
Well, I can tell you, when Greg came along, this board was completely behind him. We had some bumps in the road, okay, without a doubt. We apologize for those. And that's why we're here today, is to find a superintendent that we can work with and move the district forward. So I think, you know, when Greg was on board, I don't think we had any issues at all. Did anybody have any issues? I don't know. Okay, so, I mean, our job is governance and yours is, you know, CEO. So, you know, we're the board of directors and you're the CEO and you run the day-to-day, and we'll give our input
absolutely.
Okay. But our input is only as good as 7 votes, so, and so we have to,
I think we've enjoyed taking that step back and not having to be where we were.
Yes.
At the beginning of our term. I think all of us have enjoyed being able to take that step back and letting Greg lead the district as he should.
Well,
It's no fun not having a superintendent.
understood, yeah, I get that. Well, thank you. I do want to thank, Terry for organizing today. That had to have been, a challenge, pulling everything together in terms of the schedule and getting us organized. And, you may like the tie, but I like the signs. I like Mr. Odell and welcome on my door. That says a little bit something about the district as a whole. I do appreciate the board's time as well, listening to my presentation. I've met some great staff today. I mean, great staff, great people that I think Tecumseh Public Schools has a lot of potential. So as you deliberate tonight, I know you have a couple more to go. If you think my skills match what you're looking for, then I'd be very interested in having a conversation about coming here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know, I don't want to do that.
All right.
Thank you all.
Okay, we're going to take a break until about 6:30. Our next candidate is Mr. Hilderly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rick Hilderly. How's everybody tonight? Good. I see lots of faces that I saw earlier today, so I thank everybody for sticking with this process. It's valuable. Class at the part of the best, I'm sure. Go ahead, make notes I need. You're not there yet. So we're going to launch right into the presentation, I'm assuming? Yes. Plan of entry. All right. The entry plan is an important part of what a superintendent does. I would say maybe even more important in a situation where the car's already moving. So what I've done in my presentation is try not to be linear, because coming in while school is already in session, it's not going to be easy to try to do one thing at a time. There's lots to do. There are many things to cover. But I've tried to simplify some things to try to get through the information. So my primary areas of focus listed here. Number one, organizational health. That's something in this situation that has to happen on a daily basis. Work on the organizational health. Give you some details in a couple of minutes. Along with that, community and public relations. We need to establish confidence in the role of the superintendent and the position of the schools in the district and in the community. And that'll be an ongoing process. The district governance. The leadership team of the district and my relationship is the engine that will drive all of these initiatives. That relationship has to be solid. and the leader takes responsibility for that relationship. And then curriculum and student achievement, also ongoing. I know that it's listed in a bulleted list, but it's not last priority. These are things that all have to be done throughout the process of becoming ingrained in the district. So let's talk about organizational health, which I didn't get the handouts for you folks. There's a quote there by Patrick Lencioni, who wrote the book The Advantage, and in it he makes the statement that the single greatest advantage any organization can achieve is organizational health. It's extremely true that the organization has to be healthy to be productive and to work in the best interest of students. In order for the health to be there, you have to eliminate politics, you have to increase morale, and you have to, especially in this organization, reduce turnover of quality staff. Those three things have to be in place. They have to be focused on. They have to be cultivated by the leader for the organization to be healthy. That's the beginning of it. We work on the leadership team relationship between the board and the superintendent. We work on the relationship between the administration and the superintendent. We work on the relationship between the community and the school and the staff and the administration. All of that has to be ongoing. And it has to be done with great intention and vision. Talked to a lot of staff members today, both in the administration and in the teaching staff. They are hungry for leadership. They're hungry for direction. They want what I want, which is to return Tecumseh to the stature that it deserves. They want to have input, and we deserve to have input. And along the way, in the reestablishing, as I mentioned there, the objective is to begin the work to reunify the district. It's not something that's going to happen in the first 90 or 100 days. But the work has to begin, it has to continue, and then when you get to a point where you feel like it's done, you continue to maintain it. You continue to rely on the people that you trust to help run the district. So we'll establish trust through communication with the staff in the classroom and building levels. We need to improve morale by focusing on positives. There's so many positives in this community, so many things that are upside. And I know that we exist in a world where negatives make headlines, but it's important to remember that there are a lot of resources here that are going to help all of this take place once there's leadership in place. Create clarity through transparency. You need to communicate with people and tell them what's going on and set the direction. Prepare the organization for the reconfiguration. I know the board has a goal to establish that configuration of the buildings, and coming into the position in October, there is not a lot of time to get ready for that. So the leader has to be able to use relationships, in my case, established relationships, to talk about that, how it's going to work, and move forward with it quickly but thoughtfully. And then increase joy. That may be the single most important thing in my presentation, and it also may be the single largest strength that I bring. I love what I do. I loved when I taught. I loved when I was a new supervisor in the cafeteria my first 2 years of teaching at the old middle school. I loved coaching. I loved being a building principal in both small buildings and big buildings. I tried to bring joy to what I did everyday work, and I still do 31 years later. When I don't feel that joy anymore, my resignation will begin to go. And the leader has to set that for the district. This is a business that's about people. And the people who are in charge have a responsibility to bring joy to their work. And the leader is number one in that. Community relations, a lot of this goes along with that, the last bullet point, but in this case, John D. Rockefeller said, next to doing the right thing, the next important thing is to let people know that you're doing the right thing. Social media is so important to setting the stage for telling the story of your district. And if districts don't tell their own story, somebody is going to tell the story. And they're going to fill in the blanks if you're not able to tell people what it is that you're doing well. The community and public relations require the school district to tell the story. So we want to establish trust and confidence with the community through open, honest, and transparent communication. So important to every facet of what the leader in the district does. Meet with the key leaders, including staff, parents, students, business owners. I mentioned this the other night in the first interview. When we went to Bronson, I didn't know anyone. So I set a specific path for how we were going to become known in the district. In coming back to a district where I was familiar, there are still many people who don't exactly know who I am. The other two things that I think are important is the Rick Gilderly that left is not the Rick Gilderly that stands here tonight. With 28 months of experience in the superintendent role, my view of schools and school leadership is not what it was when I left. And this district is different than it was when I left. So I do have the familiarity. I'm also a bit of an outsider. And I have to be intentional to make sure that I take the steps that make me successful in a place where nobody knew me, and apply those steps in a place where I think people know me, but I gotta be sure. So I'm going to work with the key stakeholders to have a district action committee to increase student enrollment. That's one of the goals that we have to talk about. But we have to go backwards a slide, because until we address that joy, address the internal unity inside the district, people aren't going to want to listen. And we have to get them listening. So district governance is the next one. As I said, Michael Watkins in his book, The First 90 Days, points out that the leader takes 100% responsibility for the relationship between the board and the superintendent. The leader takes that responsibility. You can't assume that it's just going to develop. It has to be intentional. The goal is to establish the board and the superintendent as a cohesive leadership team with a focus on building positive relationships. I want to meet individually with each of the board members. I want to establish a communication system that works. What I'm using now, oddly enough, is when I communicate in writing, I think people understand what I'm saying. It may or may not be that way. So I do a weekly update with my board that I record myself on my phone video, and I send it to them on my YouTube channel. And I can get far more in depth and detail and explain things. They like that form of communication. I provide them with a written update before the board meetings to address specific things. But we would have to come up with an understanding of how that communication would work best for us to govern effectively. I know that MASB, as part of their hiring service, like to have a workshop soon after the superintendent is hired. So we would be, the board president and I would be working with MASB to set that up. They do a roles and responsibilities thing. It's a nice way to kick off that relationship. So that would be one of the have-tos in my plan. And then the final point is to talk about curriculum. Robin Jackson, who does a lot of work with teacher evaluation and school improvement. The foundation of our work as educators is to believe in the human potential to learn, to get better, and to grow. That's what you focus on when you're building curriculum and you're looking at student achievement. The belief that every student can learn and given the opportunity to grow and the foundation to be able to work in an environment where people are positive, they will advance their knowledge. So I would start by supporting the district improvement plan goals. I know that you have 4, they're relatively simple, which is very nice. When I arrived in the district that I'm working in now, there were 9 goals in the improvement plan, and we were doing a great job of not getting any of them. So we reduced ours to 4 achievable areas. So you're looking at language arts and math and science here, and then I was really impressed to see that the 4th goal has to do with the social and emotional needs of students. Because if you believe Maslow at all, if you're not dealing with safety, if you're not making kids feel welcome, if you're not supporting them in their environment, achievement isn't going to happen. So I was impressed to see that was one of the things in the improvement plan. I like the curriculum council and staff approach for developing curriculum, putting back department heads, letting the people who are working at the ground level with students have a large amount of input in developing curriculum. And then supporting them in their training needs and talking about different delivery systems to meet all the needs of the kids in the classroom. And then honoring staff and community input. I know that you did a survey here. I know that the top 3 things that they said, work with the names back on the buildings, put the teachers in charge of the curriculum, and hire a superintendent. You are heading in the right direction with the curriculum issue. You're working with the hiring committee to hire this position. So you're addressing the needs of the community. I know that the community is going to appreciate that. Past those 3 items, we have to dig further to find out what it is that the community continues to want. And I think that you survey the community annually to see if you're still on track and get that feedback and be fluid in how you're moving the organization. So I probably went past my 5 to 7 minutes, but there's a lot to do. It's work that I like doing. It's the people that I've already established connections with, and I know that I love working with. So I feel like my starting line is advanced in terms of getting these things accomplished. So that's it for me on the presentation. Questions now, or?
Yeah, we'll do questions now.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. So you kind of briefly touched on this, but I'd like to expand a little more. There's concern about your ability to lead people that were coworkers previously. How do you view that dynamic, and how will you work to overcome that obstacle?
I'm trying to think of how many times I've had to do that. There's been at least 3 examples in Tecumseh where when I left the classroom in March of '98, I went to Herrick Park and I worked with people who I had worked with previously. In 2005, that happened again when I moved to the middle school. That was probably the largest one, where I took over a building. It was the majority of the people there who I now supervise, some of whom I grew up with. I have always been able to separate my relationship with people personally and my relationship with people professionally as needed. And when you do that, as a leader, especially at the building level, there's 2 issues. There's support and there's accountability. People like me are excellent at support. It's a little more difficult with accountability because there's fear and there's concern. I have always relied on my ability to deliver accountability when necessary in a way that maintains people's dignity and in a way that they can learn from. Even if you ask some of the people who I had to dismiss from a position, I believe that all of them would tell you that our personal relationship was maintained following that dismissal. Because I'm sensitive to what people need, and people need to be treated with respect. They need to be given open and honest feedback, and whether or not they were friends of mine before or colleagues of mine before, people that I work side by side with, I have not had trouble maintaining a relationship in a positive way.
Thank you.
No, okay, I heard you, but not.
My question is regarding the increasing use of virtual or online curriculums by public schools at large. How do you think this will impact the community's brick and mortar schools? And how do you foresee children being affected socially or otherwise by this?
I'll talk about, first of all, my own experience with online learning. Most of my master's degree studies and my post-secondary education was still at a time when you drove over to Eastern regardless of the weather, and you parked way farther away from the building than you wanted to, and you went in and you interacted with other people who were doing the same work that you were doing. And that always worked better for me. I did a few online courses toward the end, and I've done some since. It's difficult for me, as somebody who's not a digital native, to learn that way, but I didn't grow up with a phone or an iPad in my hand. So I know that young people do learn in that environment, and it can't be ignored. But kids have to be in situations where they're interacting with other people. That sort of thing is just too valuable to ignore. I have 3 kids. One of them was probably the easiest child to parent in terms of their education that we could ask for. Thank goodness she never asked me any math questions when she was in calculus. She just got her work done and everything was fine. I have another daughter who school didn't come as easily to. Between those two, the older child who could handle anything can handle an online environment because they're just taking in information. The other child had to use her savvy, her willingness to work with others, her collaboration skills, her joy, because she wouldn't necessarily be so great at the information part of it, but her value came through in the way that she treated other people. So not everybody's the same. I know that online learning can't be ignored. It's here. A lot of people benefit from it. It's nice to be able to have endless resources at the end of your mouse and keypad. But I hate to bet the future that that's the best way for us to advance as a culture. We need to be able to interact with one another, and kids need to be able to interact with one another. So I don't support a full online environment in education. I think it's a tool. I've said this the other night, and I'll probably say it more than once tonight. There's no substitute for the value of a qualified teacher in every classroom, and that's an in-person individual.
Thank you.
John?
You hit on this briefly earlier, but one of the big projects that we have coming up is this building reconfiguration. what experience do you have with building reconfiguration, and what type of approach would you bring to our situation?
Well, all of my experience with building reconfiguration happened here. I think that I would say probably 4 times in my 27 years here, we reconfigured or grouped kids differently. The successful times that we did that, we did with a lot of input, a lot of intention, a lot of forethought, and a lot of planning. So my support would be for that again, a thoughtful, intentional process that includes the voice of many stakeholders for it to be successful. I know that sometimes you're ready for things and other times you get ready real quick. But you set yourself up for success better when you prepare and you get input from lots of stakeholders. You don't make changes for the sake of change. You talk about things that have worked, and you talk about things that haven't worked, and you try to make the best of the situation given your facilities. You know, you have some fences built in, like the number of classrooms available at each of the building sites, grade level configurations that can fit into a particular building. So there are things to consider, but in terms of a process, you need to encourage all the stakeholders to give you the input and listen and pay attention to what it is that the people who are on the ground level are telling you about what works and how you can implement it. And then you give the people who are going to break their back moving the stuff more advance notice you can give them to plan and get that figured out, the better. And that's why I say that's something here that has to happen relatively quickly, because if the reconfiguration plan is going to change nearly every campus here, I'm sure that your facilities director is going to want to get started on that sooner rather than later, because that's not easy. The logistics of it alone are very difficult. So you have to listen to people, you have to set a plan and take your time doing it.
I have a follow-up on that. Based on your experience and your training, what is the ideal grade configuration in a K-12 system? And one more to try to answer. Is it good to isolate, because I know you had your 5th grade all along.
Yeah.
Was that a good idea?
Well, that got done here as a matter of circumstance and convenience. Nobody loved it. I think that the people who were there at the time did the very best they could for kids. But I don't think at that time, if you asked those people, is this what's best, I don't think that they would have said isolating one grade level was the best thing that we should be doing. We just needed to do it because of what we had for facilities at the time. So the original question about what would be ideal, my experience as a building principal was primarily at a building 5th through 8th grade, where all of the 5th grade teachers and students were in one location, and all of the 6th and all the 7th and all the 8th. I'm in a district now where we're small and we have 3 buildings, and again, all of the kids in a particular grade level are together. So the ideal is keeping grade level bands together, so that teachers with the same grade level students can address issues together. People in the community probably like the neighborhood school idea. And if their passion for the neighborhood school idea is so strong that they're demanding it, we have to go that direction, but we have to figure out how it's going to best support the needs of students. I think that the best support for students is to have those grade level bands in the same place. The campuses here were built at a time when neighborhood schooling was more important. So, again, you're fenced in by the logistics. If you can make it work, considering that you don't want to have a lot of transitions for kids, you don't want to isolate one grade level, then maybe you can make it work. But if you can't, then you try to come up with the next best thing. And again, you go back to the teachers and you say, okay, we can't make the ideal work. What's next? What else can we do? What have you found successful that can work given our situation?
The board has stated it wanted a fresh outlook on the district and its current situation. Can you explain how you would provide fresh insight to our current situation given your 27 history with the district?
It's a good question. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about that because I know that it's on people's minds. Here's what I can tell you about it. I was in another superintendent search a few years ago, and it was decided because of the schedule that the organization would provide the questions for all of the candidates. So I saved those, and when I was interviewing at the time, I was a building principal. So I had to answer those questions pretending that I was a superintendent, but not having any of the experience. For this search, I pulled those questions back out as a way to prepare for the interviews. And I had to delete every single answer that I wrote, having been a superintendent now for 28 months. Until you sit in the chair, until it all falls to you, until everybody is looking to you for direction in a critical situation, and you've made that decision as a superintendent. You don't even know what you don't know. As I said a couple of minutes ago in my presentation, the person that sits here tonight isn't the person that left in June of 2017. I know a lot more about being a superintendent, about running a district, about a lot of things that I didn't know. I don't think that the relationships that I had previously could ever be a negative for me here. That's my perspective. Others may see it differently. I see it as an advantage for me to get things done more quickly and include people who already know they can trust me. And trust, I think, may have been the word on that presentation that appeared most frequently. Trust in the leader that you choose is going to be the swing issue that makes the person successful. And I believe that my 27 years here count for that. And I also believe that the 2+ years that I've been going, that I understand a lot more about running things from the top than I did before.
Thank you.
First, reason I can say 27 years make me feel older.
I've aged a bit.
No, you look the same you did 27 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know where it went. No, it's crazy to me. My grandparents used to say that I should have been in the CIA, so I keep a pretty good poker face. But this process is really exciting, and the opportunity is huge.
Yeah, you would get this job, some of your teachers might be some of the students you used to have.
I was experiencing that when I left. You have an administrator on staff who was a student that I had in school, and I think that there are teachers who were students when I was teaching. Tom Housekeeper's here tonight. We had a conversation before. His daughter was one of the students the year that I student taught. And she's 44 now. So, I'll say that I pursued a career in education partly because of that. We spent a lot of time with my grandparents when I was young. We traveled a lot. We would be as far away as Florida or Pennsylvania, and somebody would come to the table we were eating at and say, "Mrs. Proctor, you were my favorite teacher." So just having that experience of kids recognizing you and having that experience with you is one of the reasons that I got into the work. And coming back to Tecumseh and reestablishing some of those connections would be, I'd just be very fortunate if I had that opportunity.
Now to my question. Say you found a great idea that you perceived as a great idea. You bring it back, half your staff's for it, half is against it. How do you pull everybody together?
I can say, and I thought about this intentionally because, and I didn't know where it would fit in. I can only think of two instances since being the superintendent in Bronson where I did something completely on my own. One was the decision to take over the elementary last year for the last month of school. I took that idea and I ran it by one person when I informed the board that that's what I was going to do. So I didn't seek a lot of input on that. The second one was to install what has become known as the Sunday night announcements. Just a robocall to the whole district giving a rundown of things that everybody might be interested in. It was a novelty there, it was new, and people enjoyed that. And I didn't run that by anybody, I just started doing it. Aside from that, everything that's come up has been a joint effort. You have to collaborate with people, and you have to give people an opportunity. The thing with change is that you're always going to have early adopters who just love to try new things. And then you have to cultivate that followership by doing as much as you can to convince the people that the new way is going to be better, that there's value to it. And at the same time, you might, if you have the data available, prove why the old way is hurting kids. So I think that the best way to come to the table with a new idea is to be able to back it up with support that the new idea is valuable. When you get to the point, and I understand, Milt, sometimes you get to some places where you just can't come to consensus. There's a pocket here or there of people who don't want to go in a direction. One of the superintendents, and I've mentioned this before, I've worked for 6. I do things purposely the way that some of them did, and some of them I don't do things purposely because of how they did things. One of the guys I worked for was Richard Paul. And Richard used to say, make a decision. It may not be the popular thing, and it may not turn out to be the right thing, but make a decision. People in the organization want a leader who can make a decision. And when it comes down to that, that 50-50 split, it falls on this office to make that decision and carry it forward. Hopefully you've established the trust with the administrative team that you're going to ask to help you carry out the decision. Hopefully you have the confidence of the teaching staff who will say, I don't know, Hilderly, but you've been right before, so we'll try this. And sometimes it doesn't work out. You just have to admit to the fact that I thought that this was going to work, it didn't. We're going to try something new. Can't be stubborn about bad decisions.
Thank you. Good question. Not all of our students want to go to college or will go to college, and they should have that option. But what programs or courses should Tecumseh be providing those students to help them in their plans or goals for after high school, i.e. examples going to the military, maybe even starting their own business? trades.
Right, we have, I can talk a little bit about the experience that I have in the district that I'm in now. We're Title I school, we have over 60% free and reduced lunch. For a lot of our students, the idea of going to college is so far removed from their experience that we have to create confidence in them to be able to do that. But you also have to create opportunities. I think one of the things you already have in place here is the early middle college. Certainly you can promote that to kids who don't think that college is necessarily an answer. But if we can get them involved in some kind of training here, whether it's either through the middle college or the career center, if you can get them the training here, and they don't have to pay for it, they can earn an associate's degree and leave after that 13th year of schooling prepared to do something. It also gives those the option who want to carry forward into a four-year degree. The military one is an interesting one because has Tecumseh developed a junior ROTC program?
Yes.
Okay. That was something that I was always interested in and thought, you know, we have a patriotic community, we have a lot of kids who are on track for wanting to be in the military. So cultivating that, continuing that sort of program, I think is valuable. The more choices that you can give kids at this age, the better. And they need to explore a lot of opportunities. When I was 16 years old, I was going to go into hotel management because we traveled a lot when I was a kid. And I loved going to hotels. That was a glamour life to me. You know, it didn't turn out that way. I still love hotels. But, you know, you have to give kids the opportunity to pursue what they think that they love at the time. And maybe it doesn't turn out that way. But I do agree with the premise that not every one of our students is headed for a four-year degree. And we have to provide opportunities for them to still achieve their dream and do something that benefits society. So the career and technical education, lots of work with the counseling office to dig deep and find out what it is the kids are interested in and try to get them the training that they're going to need before they leave compulsory education so that they can leave here with some skills that will help them later on.
I know we asked this at the last interview.
I shall get it right then.
Yeah. So, but why Tecumseh? I mean, I know that you're from here, but why Tecumseh? It seems like things are going really well in Bronson and so forth. So why would you want to come back to Tecumseh?
Well, I'm not going to lie. Part of it I verified when I got to town today is Lev's Bakery.
That's fair.
Just, yeah, I could leave it at that. I get at least an A-. Yeah, when you leave the Tecumseh area, you just don't get it. In fact, I told Amy that I went there, and her reply was, "Did you get me one?" No, I ate both of them. I had a great day today. Talking to people that I had worked with previously about the possibility of coming back was more comfortable to me than I even anticipated. And you're right, through the last 27 months, I've carved out a niche in a place that has accepted the two of us, our family. We've made strong relationships. But even when I talk to them there about making this change, they shrug their shoulders and say, "I get it, it's home." Any one of us in the same situation would do the same thing. And it is home. Tecumseh invested so much in me over time. I was a building principal at 31, coming straight out of the classroom. So they saw something in me that probably I didn't even at the time see in myself. And then over the next 20 years, when hard things had to get done, I was given the opportunity to provide input, to provide leadership. And when an organization over time gives you that opportunity, and then the opportunity comes back to lead that organization, anybody wired the way that I'm wired would take that opportunity. It's a bit of a risk. There's a lot of work to do here. You mentioned the other night that the gap isn't wide, but it's deep. And filling that gap back in is going to take somebody, I believe, who hits the ground loving where they are and reconnecting with people in a way that is mutually beneficial. And I said it the other night, I don't have any interest in taking my family anywhere else. This is a one-time shot, and it's because of Tecumseh.
Thank you.
So some things have changed since you left.
Yeah.
You're on your board. We've had some educational changes as well. Some have worked, some have not.
Yeah.
So as someone coming in that may not be aware of all that, where would you go to get that information and to find out what's working, what isn't, and how to move that forward?
We started that conversation today, met with the administrators, and had, I thought, a very honest and valuable conversation that sets the ground for coming in and saying, let's dig in, tell me what I need to know, and let's move forward. That's a group of people that I would have no problem trusting and supporting and relying on to get that information. But I also mentioned in my presentation, that we've got to talk to people at the classroom and the building level. The changes have most profoundly impacted the teachers. And I don't have any fear or concern with my ability to reconnect with them, listen to their concerns, and try to help fix what they feel needs to be fixed as much as possible. I know I was telling somebody the other day because they were asking about this process, and I jokingly said, well, I think the last thing is that they want me to go out and see if I can walk across the drainage pond without falling in. And that's how it is with all superintendent searches. Donna knows that you build a sketch of what you want the superintendent to be, and walking on water is just about one of them. Certainly I don't. Certainly there'll be mistakes, but it won't be as a result of not communicating. And finding out where we are, trying to understand the broad scope of it. I know some of the stuff, but I've been a little busy, so I don't know all of it. I'll rely on relationships. I'll rely on what I know is valuable about building a team with the administration. I just have confidence that the resources that we need to address those issues are already in this district.
Thank you.
I have my follow-up. Could you tell us your experience and your thoughts on PBL?
Project-based learning, I think, sometimes gets lumped in as part of curriculum. It's delivery. It isn't new. When I taught in the 90s, we used project-based learning for lots of different things. Experiential learning, it has a place. It certainly has a place. It's one of the tools. It's like technology, like a textbook, like the internet. Project-based learning has a place in education. There are jobs outside of education that require people to be able to address a problem in a collaborative manner with other employees of the organization, and that is what project-based learning emulates. It's a learning system that works for some students and doesn't work for others. So it's difficult to say that that's the one single best delivery system of curriculum that a district can use. If you're only using that, then you're leaving behind some of the foundational stuff that you have to do to get to the point where kids can collaborate. You have to establish basic foundational skills. But you can't ignore the fact that once they leave the walls of the institution, they're going to have to work with others to solve problems. I don't argue with that. I just don't see that relying on one delivery system of curriculum is the best way that a school can address the needs of all kids.
John? Where's it? Where Kevin? Did I skip?
Yeah,
Oh, you
it's
skipped that. Oh, sorry. I need to skip that.
With regards to quality of service, security, privacy, and comparative cost, overall, what is your experience and opinion on public schools outsourcing services such as HR or technology departments versus owning and managing them in-house?
I answer that question probably from my heart more than my head. I know that it's necessary. I know that we have to be careful with our resources. So you have to make decisions that are financially sound. You also have to consider the fact that we're a community. And privatizing things and making staff reductions simply for the purpose of saving money does damage to the organization. So you don't go into those decisions without a lot of thought and consideration. I was around when we privatized busing. I was around when we privatized the secretarial staff. I was around when we privatized the custodial staff. Some of those things worked and some of them didn't. And when I say worked, I mean the quality of the organization was not addressed simply by privatizing things and outsourcing. The superintendent works at the discretion of the board. And if the elected board feels strongly one way, the superintendent is going to do those things. But what I say immediately, that you should privatize things and save as many resources as you can for students, not if it is at the cost of value to the district that particular niche of the organization brings. And now, like I said, that's from my heart, because I've seen that process be hurtful to people, and I don't like it. I think that it can be pursued too quickly and without a lot of forethought, and then turn out to be a bad idea, because of the value that was lost in the organization that couldn't be quantified, the people that were gone as a result of those decisions. So, yeah, maybe it's a mistake, but I would lead with my heart on that. I would certainly listen with my head, and I'd be sensible about it, but you just have to be careful with those things, especially in a town that people are close-knit. You have to understand the culture of the organization and what you might do to that if you make the wrong choice.
Thank you.
In your current position, what's a decision that you've made that was the most impactful decision during your last 28 months? And how do you see that benefiting Tecumseh Public Schools?
The simple one, it was last May when I took over the elementary building for the last 4 weeks. It seems like a simple thing, but things were pretty dysfunctional. And I can backtrack it a little bit and say this. When I was hired for that position, you guys are going to get to this tonight. They deliberated until almost midnight. It was real close between myself and another individual. We had fits about it, waiting for that call because, you know, we had been told that it would be around 9 or 9:30, and it lasted until almost midnight. So it was a stressful evening, and you guys are going to go through that, and I know that it won't be easy. But between myself and this other gentleman, most of his experience was in the elementary as a building principal. So coming in the door, that building that I took over in May, it was full of people who wanted somebody else to be the superintendent. And for 2 years, my relationship with them was respectful and supportive, and I'll call it Texas friendly, where, you know, people would say hi, but you didn't know exactly what they were saying when they went by you. I took over that building, and in 4 weeks, they got to know exactly who I was. And now I think that if you called any member of that staff, they would be big fans. Because I got to know them at a level that they hadn't expected. That has had a big impact not only on my ability to be successful, but in that building's ability to trust me as a leader. We're moving forward. We're moving past that late night conversation where they didn't necessarily get their way. And we're moving into Rick knows what he's doing. And I think that ability to instill confidence in people and, you know, it made my life more difficult. But I didn't make that decision to go run that building for me, I made it for them. And putting other people's needs first and supporting them is what I do best. And when that group of people saw that, we started moving at a different pace. And I think that would be even more easy for me to do here, because I think that I come to the table, like I said, I think my starting line maybe moves forward a little bit with my ability to do that because of my time here.
What aspect of being the superintendent of Tecumseh Public Schools would present the greatest challenge for you? If awarded the position, what is your plan to address those challenges?
Wow, the greatest challenge. Well, you know, I put it first on the presentation because it's the most important thing. We have to address organizational health. We have to reunify and get everybody moving in the same direction. I talked to so many people tonight and today during the different formats of teachers who just want to be heard. They want their input considered. Nobody came and demanded and said, I want to know what you're going to do. And I will or won't support you based on that answer. What I heard was, we want a voice. We want to know that you've considered things. We want to know that our input is valuable. It's not so much about the direction for them as being a part of the process. And what I also heard is exactly what I've stated. I'm not coming here with any preconceived notions about programming, about the people that I want to have around me or don't want to have around me. My motivation is what I heard from the staff today and the community members. We need to address the stature of Tecumseh public school system in this area. That's gonna be the biggest challenge. And I feel like that I have the plan in place to do that by listening to the staff, establishing a strong working relationship with the board, and then leading the organization in the direction that we all decide is best. Leadership matters. And as I said before when I started off, there's people who are just hungry for some leadership. And I don't shy away from that. I'm excited about it. I'm excited for the opportunity to make that difference for a community and a school district who spent a lot of time believing in me. And that's the strength, I think, Suzanne, that I'm going to try to rely on. And that I'm confident that I can do successfully.
All right, we're gonna go to some committee members' questions. First one is, will you come back and be as amazing as you were with the students, staff, and admins as you were in the past?
Thanks for writing that question, Amy. I will be every bit as amazing as I ever have been. Amy would tell you that amazing is probably my least favorite word because I think it's overused. Yes. Do I want to work with others? Do I want to establish positive relationships? Do I want to hear everyone's voice and try to incorporate it into good decision making? Do I want to infuse joy back into a situation that should be joyful because of all of the positives that are going on here? Absolutely I do. And can I, will I? Yes, I will do those things.
Describe your view of the arts, their place in our community, and their place as essential curriculum.
Well, this gives me an opportunity to talk about our daughter. We have a daughter who's 27, went through Tecumseh Public Schools. We moved from Clinton when she was young specifically because of the opportunities in art, music, and dance that were available in Tecumseh and weren't available where we were living. I made probably what would be considered a very poor father decision in her freshman year of college at the University of Michigan, when she was pursuing something in science or math, and she wasn't very happy with it. And I said, please, don't come out of that institution without a degree that you're going to use. Go into the arts. That was her passion. And she had that passion because of not only the people here and the programs here, but the quality of the people and the programs here. And that is something that has to continue. It's one of Tecumseh's largest assets, is the quality of the people in the arts and music programs that are already here, and maintaining that. Any superintendent who comes and doesn't want to maintain that is foolish. It provides kids here with a lot of opportunities, and certainly can't be ignored. And she's moved on. She had a degree in vocal music performance, and she's using it, and it is the foundation that she had from her experience in Tecumseh with the arts is the reason. Certainly she's talented, and she's wonderful, and she's ours, and we're proud of her. But she's just one example of the kids who are given the opportunity, they're flourishing in the arts. And Tecumseh, I don't know of a better place in this area that can support that. Has to continue.
The teachers, staff have been through a lot and are hurting. What are some ways you'd like to address this and help us here?
I don't know, I don't want to sound egotistical. I would hope that my presence alone would get the ball rolling. I think that I've said it enough, and I think that people know it of me. I care a great deal about this place being successful. I've always been told, and I've always purposely tried to bring calm to chaotic situations. And I would hope that my presence coming in the door would allow for that. I think that my experience here does give me the opportunity to talk to people and assure them that things are going to be okay. Because it is, regardless of who the board chooses, Tecumseh is going to be successful again. It's going to take some time and it's going to take intention, but listening to people, assuring them that you're going to do the right things to get things turned around, and then giving them the opportunity to watch it happen over time. Nobody's going to come in and wave a magic wand and make it all go away. I had a great experience here before we left. I didn't leave because I was unhappy. And coming back in, I have the same high hopes and expectations for success in the organization that I did when I worked here. And I know that I can communicate that to people to help that situation.
Next question is, what kind of systems and supports have you worked to implement for your younger students?
For younger students,
Yeah.
I was surprised because we do pretty well in early literacy in Bronson, despite, like I said, over 60% free and reduced lunch. Socioeconomically, we should probably be performing where we are. We had some statistics provided for us this year that said that had the standards for the third grade reading law been applied to the kids who were in third grade last year, we would have held back 0 students. That was pretty impressive. And I'd love to take credit for that and say that I implemented that stuff. But what I saw the difference to be was the training and support that had been given to those teachers and the focus on literacy throughout the whole organization, not just K-3, K-12. When you focus on literacy and don't put a range of time on it or a grade level expectation, you simply approach literacy as the responsibility of every teacher in every classroom. That's what I've seen work in a district where maybe it shouldn't have given the resources, but obviously is. We would have had no kids held back under the third grade reading law standard if it were in place last year. And that's what I can tell you about it, is that there's a strong literacy focus, K-12. Everybody's on board with the idea that kids need to read and have sound reading instruction. It isn't just a K-3 thing. It drives my secondary principal a little bit crazy, but you have to identify where the resources need to be allocated, and that's where it goes. So it's the focus of our organization, and we've had success with it.
And how do you support teaming and collaboration within your staff?
We had a problem, I think I mentioned this the other night, where the transition between our 5th grade building and our 6th grade building wasn't going very well. Because we were just treating 6th graders like little high school kids. And Having had the experience that I had here with developing teaming, I pitched that to our 6th grade staff. We added a counselor to the mix to specifically dedicate her time to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Brought in Jack Berkemeyer, who is a national speaker and expert in the development of teaming and middle school philosophy, and supported them through the idea that we can't necessarily just treat, some kids, some 6th grade kids might be ready to be junior high kids or have the maturity to be able to accept it, but a lot of 6th grade kids aren't and have to be treated where they are. So we've developed a great teaming process for the kids. In terms of working as a team, as a staff, that's something that I have been intentional about, and little things make a difference. Where you reward behaviors and certain things where people are doing good things and working collaboratively, and identify that for the rest of the organization to celebrate as well. There are just some small examples of how you do that.
Do you know anybody on the board personally?
I know 3 board members personally. They were on the board previously. The other 4 of you I met the other night.
Us 3 old ones on this end.
Experienced, you're experienced, Suzanne.
Old, young.
Grizzled veterans.
If you were the next TPS superintendent, what would your plan be to address the hundreds of students who have left Tecumseh for neighboring districts?
It's a priority. The way the schools are funded, FTE equals income, can't be ignored. I didn't put it as one of my goal areas because until we're prepared to tell people that we're unified as a staff, until we're set on a direction for the organization, we don't have the right to go and beg people to come back. So it's got to be addressed quickly. And I do want to get staff members' input on that. Possibly consider somebody at the cabinet level to address it outside the district while I'm addressing things inside the district. But again, adding a cabinet level position would be at the will of the board. So there are things that I want to do to talk about it, but I think that you have to fix things inside. I could quote Abraham Lincoln, but that's what we're talking about. We need to address the division and the unity, and when we can successfully do that, then we can say to people who left, "We want you back." I did tell the administrative team today in our meeting that a primary focus for me is we have to get everybody thinking this way, that you're not just lucky to be here, we're happy to have you here. That has to be a pervasive attitude among the entire staff. If you're going to welcome people back, they have to feel welcome. And they have to feel like their presence here is valuable to you. Not that you're just lucky to be here because it's Tecumseh. That may be the truth. It ain't bragging if you can do it. But you have to give people outside the community the feeling that we want you here. And we're happy to have you here. If we can establish that, they'll be back.
All right. You have you've commented on your already developed relationships. You have many new teachers. How do you plan on building relationships and extending your knowledge about current happenings with all staff?
I know that I can do that because he just did it in a place where nobody knew me coming in the door. And I've developed rich relationships with every member of that small staff. I wouldn't do it any other way than I've already done it. I'd be supportive, I would serve the needs of the district, and I would, make sure that I know who they are, what their stories are, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and I'd have conversations with people to get to know them and let them get to know me. I think the people who've worked for me here, whenever they worked with me, were proud to call me their boss. And I would attempt to develop that sort of rapport with people that I haven't even met yet, that I know are part of the organization.
Bear with me here, so, which school districts in Washtenaw and Lenawee counties would you aggressively benchmark, if any, to help set goals for Tecumseh?
I'm not 100% sure if I understand the premise of that question, but I would say if the question is, who do we want to compare ourselves to? My answer, and Tom asked me that earlier, you get better when you compare yourself or liken yourself to places that are having success. I mean, you can look around the achievement data around the state and count up all the schools that you're doing better than and just show that data. But if you're coaching a sport, you want to play the best teams so that you get better. If you're going to compare yourself in terms of achievement data to places in your area, you compare yourselves to the places that are high achieving schools. And then if you're not close, you go ask them, how are you doing that? How do you make that work? Most of us in schools understand that it's not a competition. I had a really nice time today with the other two candidates and getting to know them. We talk a lot of the same talk. We understand a lot of the same issues because of where we are in our career. So reaching out to other districts to say, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. How are you doing things? Your scores in this area are not even comparable to us. Help us out. And even in a school of choice environment, the people who sit at this desk are people who try to serve others. So having those relationships is valuable, and if that's what the person is asking, I would benchmark myself against people who are having success, and I would seek them out to find out how.
So we're getting here toward the end, so do you have a question for us at all on the board?
What do you feel is going to be critical in the board-superintendent relationship?
I think the openness, transparency, honesty, making sure that things are shared with us that aren't a surprise later on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, something else you can think of? I think it's really trust, yeah, communication, letting us know what's going on. I feel like things are being hidden or something, so. And that needs to also, that transparency also needs to be through the community as well. If you share something with us, understand personnel issues, we can, but if you're sharing test scores with us, we feel it should be shared with the community as well, those kind of things, so.
I think the other big one is no surprises.
Yeah, no surprises. One day Bush is go, hey, did you hear about the fight at the high school, or, no. So,
Right.
Griffin,
And-
Jacob, we're going at it again?
trying, I think, to understand what it is that the board does and doesn't care about being surprised about. Certainly issues of safety and security. We have to figure that out.
Right.
And I've learned what my board's priorities are in terms of what's right now and what's at the end of the week. So it eventually all gets communicated, but the prioritization of what's a phone call, what's an email, what's a YouTube video, what's a board memo at the end of the week. So it just takes a little time and communication to figure that out.
I think that is our time. So, thank you very much.
Thank you again.
They said
Okay, we're gonna get started, please.
Please welcome our last candidate of the night, Mr. Jim Baker. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
We're gonna have you start with your presentation.
Okay, wonderful. Would you prefer sitting or would it?
It's entirely up to you.
Perfect.
I use my teacher voice. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you to all of you for coming out. It's a pleasure to be with you. I know we have a quick parameter on this, 5 to 7 minutes. Maybe I will sit. Okay. Nope. Thank you so much. As you know, our school mission here is that our public school district in Tecumseh will inspirationally state the reason that our learning community exists. It's the starting point for all decisions regarding learner outcomes, opportunities, learner assessment, and systems organizational structure, district policies and practices, and all matters of importance. When I've been talking to the community, when I've been researching, I have found the following is represented extremely well in the Tecumseh Public Schools. Graduates are prepared for the next steps. Education is individualized and relevant. Students are challenged and have high expectations for themselves. Students are engaged and connected to the school and this community. They learn in physically and emotionally safe environments. Teachers, students, parents, and administrators work as a team. And there is an obvious and clear history of community support in this school district. Long slide here, and at the end of the day, it is stating that how well have we identified, how well do we know our mission, and have we taken the steps responsible to make sure that we are following our mission. And as superintendent, I must address these questions and many others to make sure that Tecumseh Public School District is on the path to make these commitments a reality. Many of us, I'm guessing all of us, have heard of Covey's work and the 7 habits of highly effective persons, and I live by that, and I use that in my entry plan. He says that leaders, we must first seek to understand, then be understood, and the activities in this are based around that. It's a common structure that I think has worked out well historically. You first listen, you learn, you share, you build, and then you put the plan forward. We live listening. We spend time together with everyone, all stakeholders, and everyone in the school community. Learning, we analyze and study data, all data, achievement data, enrollment data, curriculum maps. Marketing plan, district audits, we share, we build, and then we plan, making sure that we have involved all of that information that we have gathered, taking specific action steps, timelines, and then evaluation protocols. There's 4 main areas that I feel that should be part of an entry plan towards success. They are building relationships and community commitment, review of achievement, a governance piece to this, as well as a financial responsibility. Little different entry plan because of the time of year that we're in. So needless to say, November and December are going to be 20-hour days. A lot of work, a lot of meetings, a lot of data digs, a lot of following through. Building relationships and community. No surprise to those that heard me the other night. This is the backbone of what I do. I feel that there will be multiple meetings with groups, school board members, administration, union presidents. Invite staff in to drop into the superintendent's office at any time. We are reviewing programs, sports teams. We're talking to our athletic director. We are visiting as many local businesses as possible to introduce myself. Meet with our mayor, our city manager, our police chief, school resource officer who I met today, our fire chief, our Tecumseh Center for the Arts as part of our outreach, and develop social media plan to communicate to all stakeholders with our media connections. We make sure that we meet with the Chamber of Commerce. We make sure that we're talking with the economic development. We're at city council meetings. By we, I mean I apologize. Meet with our state representative, our congressman, our senator, and other officials that I would like to meet with in this area. Meet with all winter sports teams, participants, and take a look at a need for a marketing plan, or do we need a committee to discuss a marketing plan? I know we have a new communications person, and we would be involved heavily in that process together. I've already talked with the ISD superintendent, Mr. Haig, but I, of course, would be meeting with that superintendent and other area superintendents. Attend multiple community events as they are made available and offered. And then be in the buildings every day. Greet families and students, get into every classroom, say hello to staff and students, obviously. Attend multiple games of every sport during that season. Establish a relationship with our local press and determine protocol, press releases, etc. And schedule regular meet and greets with the superintendent, myself as the new superintendent to the school and district. Achievement. Review all achievement data with all administrators and teacher leaders. All NWA data. Look at data from both the high school and middle school to look for any identifiable gaps. Review our professional development plan, our district discipline and attendance data, our demographic, our honors and AP coursework. Identify our risk and those support programs. Talk about gifted and talented and those support programs. Review that information on our data from My School Data as well as Menetrics, our special ed program, and then look at our standardized test scores and compare ourselves against the county, state, as well as like districts in our data dig. We'll be, because I'll be new to the district, we'll be reviewing our 1920 PD calendar, what's left of it. We'll be reviewing multi-tiered systems of support and review goals for the current year. Look at our PBIS and those supports. Review our instructional plan and processes. Assess any need for district level equity or diversity committee once we have that conversation. And review the implementation of a technology plan and where we are. I feel that as a new superintendent, we would be putting together a board presentation on student growth, that achievement data. I also believe that we would put together a presentation on school building goals and objectives and how those are tying into school improvement plans. Review any alternative curriculums. I would like to be able to discuss an implementation timeline of a teacher leader program I spoke about the other night, as well as the same timeline and implementation of the Aspiring Administrative Program. Governance. It's extremely important that we are on the same page in regards to reviewing of goals and objectives. It's important when you have a new superintendent and a board coming together, we have to have a discussion on cadence. Different boards have different cadences. And I can go into more tonight after I go through this plan and what I've done with that. We will be discussing the status of our current strategic plan. I would like to be able to discuss and have more information on the Path to One Tecumseh initiative and where we are in those conversations. Again, meet with our technology director to look at the next technology plan in collaboration with our strategic plan. Work with our HR to look at all contracts. I know we have negotiations coming up. We'll have to look at those data. Review all staff handbook, all student handbook, and then meet with any of our school law firms for those updates to make sure that we are on the same page. It will be important to have a cabinet retreat as well as an administrative retreat for team building. I am new to this team. It's important that we're able to meet, to discuss, to have those conversations about where we are in our goals. And then meet with school leadership improvement teams, meet on PLCs, discuss best practices in history. Financially, review budget, 3-year projections, and financial procedures. Look at communitrist data and to compare financial enrollment and achievement. Look at any energy capital improvement bids and projects. Meet with any appropriate firms for any projects that are taking place on expenditures. And then we need to carefully watch the status of the ongoing State of Michigan adequacy study as they continue to look at financing per pupil. Review our yearly budget with the finance and the board, present any needed updates and recommendations, and review enrollment projections and the process that's been used for those projections. How are we doing on time? Great. Are we okay? Okay. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm running a race. I apologize. I wanted to make sure that I was able to go through innovations, target areas, and staff morale efforts with you as a board. I think it's important that a progressive superintendent, along with the school district, is open-minded to some different methodologies, some funding solutions, efforts to improve morale, relationships, and innovations that will change the current landscape. The following are focus areas that I've either implemented or researched and are examples of what I feel is a growth mindset. Top, we need to make sure that we are ready with all school safety protocols and practices, full walkthroughs, as well as tabletops, and update our student reunification system. We'll be looking at that. Succession planning, I plan on talking a little bit more tonight. I mentioned it the other night. I think it's extremely important that we are training our teacher leaders and identifying, giving our teacher leaders the chance to lead in their curricular areas as well as their building leadership. And what goes hand in hand with that is aspiring administrators. I can talk more about the Galileo program we were part of when I was superintendent in Huron Valley. Again, that leads into succession planning. We implemented in Huron Valley academic letters. We have a business support model that we've used, meaning that I would like to use local businesses and allow our staff to go into businesses, meaning that we're going to try and guide. We put a program in place in Huron Valley that anyone with a school ID would be able to walk in, and then our vendors were giving our teachers, our professional staffs, our support staffs 10-15% off. Come here for dry cleaning, one shirt for one shirt. We had our business community, about 100 of our businesses that were offering the same sort of things they put in a penny pack, but we're offering to our teachers and our support staff and all of our staff. We found that by putting them into those storefronts and continuing that conversation and support, our business partners felt that we were giving back to them because we go to them for a lot of support. And so we had that program in place. I was able to change the Teacher of the Year program with LaFontaine in Huron Valley, and the Teacher of the Year in our district received a vehicle for a year as a benefit for being honored in that manner. The implementation of a fund development program. We had a fund development director that I put in place the last 2 years as superintendent, and in the first 18 months, He was able to bring in over $600,000 of donations and/or at-will work into our school district. I would like to be able to discuss that with this board. I use, as a chief negotiator, I use interest-based bargaining, and I'll be able to explain a little bit more tonight if anyone would like to hear. These are bargaining pieces that I think go to helping us keep our staff in our school district. I can go over the ed leadership designation that's part of the collective bargaining that we have used for persons at the top of our scale. We have researched the use of energy conservation savings, then shared with staff as part of our bargaining, and it's part of something that we have built in. And we are currently in my current district using per pupil funds as part of those scales of pay that I'd like to be able to talk about. Monthly e-letter from the superintendent to the district, and then as well as I've researched solar energy partnerships. On this last slide, in Battle Creek Lakeview right now, that second bullet down as part of our early childhood center, we are exploring and we are very close to having 24-hour childcare. That's what our community needs, but we need to look at these things. We need to talk about them. We need to mold our programs to our community. We've explored grant writing. We will be entering into an alumni association in our current district, much more beefed up. We've developed relationships with area realtors, and what I've done in Battle Creek Lakeview School District the last 2 years for all areas, support staff, for teachers, for bus drivers, attendants, custodial maintenance. We've had our own job fair that we have hosted, and we have been extremely successful in getting support staff hired because of those job fairs. We hosted on a Saturday at our high school, and we normally get about an 80 to a 90-person turnout, and we've hired about 13 or 14 support staff a year, and then that's another step that we use for some of our student teacher hires when they're getting ready to go into the profession. So I know that was a lot. I appreciate it. There's some areas to be discussed and clarified. What are the key roles that need to be filled in our district? Status of our central office departments. The data on perception from our student, staff, and community. Special education program. Need to discuss and review food service, maintenance, operations, custodial, and transportation. Need to look at, will there be a need for any layoffs and or reductions expected? I know that we are going to be talking about reconfiguration of the school district, and I know that that will have to be within the first about 8 or 9 weeks. Ideally, we will have that discussion, that decision before the holidays, so we can roll that out with a communication plan. And these are just some areas to be discussed and clarified. These are Superintendent 101, snow days, wind chill days, delayed starts. Are there any daily, weekly, or monthly routines that you'd like to see added or amended? But again, by breaking the entry plan down into those 4 major areas, I believe that we can reach our stakeholders. I'm sorry, I feel my back was too. We would be able to make sure that we're gathering input, we're gathering data, we're including everybody in the conversation, we're valuing input, and then we can, again, get into a normal school year cadence once I am in place as superintendent, and then can start to work with the board and with our school community. Thank you.
I think he's going to start off our questions.
Situated. Yeah.
So the booklet you provided us today appears to be the same one that we got at your initial interview, or very similar, and I had gone through that actually. In doing so, it's very clear you've done some research on the district, you have a little background on what's been going on. So my question to you is, what actions do you plan to take to bring our staff and community back together?
I plan on, as I pointed out in the overview, there will be multiple meetings with all stakeholders. Meeting with with the teachers in every building, meeting with all of our constituents. Everything that was put on there, obviously in a normal hiring cycle, and by normal I would mean more of a July 1st, we have the ability to use June, July, August to make sure that you're setting these meetings up. But you have to arrange staff meetings, you have to arrange cohort meetings, you have to talk with everybody. Everyone who is in the buildings, everyone and anyone who will talk to me. It's going to be important that the information is first received, and then at the same time, because there's multiple things happening at the same time, we will be working administratively to what are we doing as a school district. This needs to be a unified effort. We need to make sure that building principals, that our administrative team, that we're on the same page in regards to what we're doing to bring some unification. It's an important piece to me that when a question is asked, that answers are able to be supplied and given in a timely manner. If that's going to take longer than what we anticipate, then we have to be transparent. We have to let people know that we are getting them the answer, that we'll have that information. I would also think that as a new person coming in at this time of the year, that we would want to set up an FAQ on our website, because there will be, in those 4 common areas, there will be many questions that will resurface. I think if we put up those FAQs, if we give the answers, if we continue to build on that, if we continue to communicate transparently, openly, and as quickly as what we can, and then also show the community that we have a plan in place going forward for those major initiatives, such as the reconfiguration, then we start to gain trust amongst ourselves, we start to gain trust and mutual respect, and we can move forward. And I think that has to be the foundation to move forward. Earn trust, mutual respect, open communication, and then building on a foundation and a DNA that is already extremely strong in Tecumseh in this community.
All right. Regarding the increasing use of virtual and online curriculums in public schools at large, how do you think this will impact the community's brick and mortar schools? And do you foresee children being affected socially or otherwise by it?
I think our brick and mortar, I think will be okay, meaning that we will have to adjust as we would with or without online learning and virtual learning, meaning what we're going to do with our buildings, I think would be the same. What isn't going to be the same is that we will have to use a hybrid methodology. We have to remember, not everybody, virtual learning, online learning isn't for everybody. But I think the person that will be least affected by that methodology will be the kids, will be our students. They're being born into it. They are able to handle the virtual learning, the online component. They are able to handle the lessons that are being developed around Minecraft as a learning tool. They are going to, quite frankly, I think they are going to expect that we are going to do a blended learning model, and that we will use an online component throughout our curriculum. I think we need to head there. I spoke to it the other night, that we can't just look 1, 3, 5 down the road as far as years. We need to be looking 7, 10, 12 when we look forward. And that's going to be extremely important in our CTE and in our technology classes, because I believe that technology that we are currently using in our virtual classrooms and our online learning, I think we are going to outpace those models within the next 3 to 4 years. They're going to change. And we need to be able to identify what is really the best online virtual learning. I think that is going to change. I think our classrooms are going to become hybrid models, using traditional learning styles, using traditional resources, but at the same time, I believe that our classrooms are going to be virtual learning labs, that we are going to have to be able to adjust to that style of teaching and learning.
You hit on this earlier. We have a building reconfiguration coming up. What's your experience with building reconfiguration, and what's your plan? Or how would you go about doing a building reconfiguration here?
My experience in Huron Valley was that we had to reconfigure twice, including, unfortunately, we had to close the middle school, go from 4 to 3. We had to close a elementary building, and we already had when I arrived at the school district, we had an elementary, Baker Elementary, no relation, that had already been shuttered, and we then had to demolish that as well. So the key to reconfiguration is communication. For me, the first part will be getting the history, getting up to speed of where we already are. I looked at the configurations that had been presented to the board and saw so far what had been suggested. I think we need to make sure that we are gathering information from our stakeholders, from our buildings. I think our best resources are our teacher leaders in our classrooms, and I think we have to make sure that we're listening. My plan would be is once that information has been, that we are satisfied the information has been gathered and that everything has been discussed, we also have to be mindful. I can't assume as a new superintendent coming in that the community is up to speed on where we are. We're going to have to make sure that along with whatever we do, all information gathering, that we roll out a communication timeline as well. Because this district, all districts, I feel must live by clear, honest communication, and we have to be diligent on it. It's not just this school district, it's every school district. We have to make sure what we are doing as a parent, that we're communicating it out, that we're keeping parents and stakeholders up to speed on that. We need to make sure we're listening, and then we need to take a look, in my mind, going to the part, what would be my plan. I'm concerned about the students that are no longer part of our enrollment. I'm concerned of the 500 students that are making a choice to go elsewhere, and I think we need to take a look at that. We need to make sure that we understand why they're going, why they've gone. We can go into that a little bit more tonight if we have the time. And I'll share a methodology, a practice that I used at Huron Valley when we had some students leaving. And I think we need to make sure that we understand that our best, in my mind, configuration is to make sure we focus on early childhood. I think that we need to get our earliest learners into a comprehensive early childhood center. Once we are able to get those families into our school community, once they choose us over any other option, hopefully that is going to be us, then we are going to be able, I hope, move those same students through 12th grade. But we need to get those students into a comprehensive early childhood center, and that would be, in my mind, a starting point for what we should do to start making sure that we are nipping this enrollment piece in the bud if we can. I think we need to get our earliest learners in pre-K. I think we need to make sure we're aggressive with that model, because I would like us to become an early childhood anchor in this county. And I think it's important that we make sure that we start at the pre-K, and we know the 3rd grade initiative is still out there, and so I just want to make sure we're offering that best education to those youngest learners to start.
Based on your training experience, what would you see the best configuration for school district K-12?
I know that there's been conversation on a 5-8 configuration. There's been both have been put out there. Some variations with kindergarten through 2nd grade or 3rd grade, and then a 3 and a 4th grade together. I would like us to be able to talk about transitions. I need to be able to look a little more at seat capacity in each of the buildings with the administrative team and take a look at that data. I do believe that part of that configuration, if we have room here at the high school, I think we can put central office into the high school and save that, square footage at the other building that we're at today, the administrative building. I would like to take a look at a 5-8 configuration. I am a little bit concerned about, in a 5-8 building, are those 5th and 6th graders being lumped into a secondary curriculum, a 7th, 8th curriculum? So I would like to take a look at that. And then depending on the capacity and depending on what we're going to do with the early childhood piece that I spoke to. So for me, sitting tonight, knowing what I know so far, I think I would like to look at an early childhood model, maybe including a K-1. Then we have to take a look, do we have room for a 2, 3, 4 configuration? I don't know yet, but we will be finding out. Then we would then look at, do we agree that the 5-8 model, going back to a little bit more of a traditional, will it stand the test here in Tecumseh? Will it deliver the model that we need it to? And then of course at the 9-12, as I mentioned. Then I would be curious though to know so far what's been the conversation with what happens with central office, with the administrative building, what that plan would be. Is there value add? Is there value add in being able to use that building to a different capacity? What are we thinking about doing? Would that be brought down? Would that be open up for development? So those are the questions that I would need this board to bring up to speed on.
But are you aware of any research or studies in Michigan of schools, what configuration that had the most success?
Well, for the school districts in Michigan, each district is going to tailor those configurations to what their best needs are. For example, in Lakeview, we just went through this when we arrived there in that district 3 years ago. We had what I think would be considered a traditional setting. We had a 5-8 building, and we changed that over to a 5-6 academy and a 7-8 academy within the same building. I like that model as long as we can dedicate separate administrative and support staff to each of those two, we call them academies, because you can still have a school within a school. You can still do fairly well with that model, but we run our 5th, 6th as a elementary model, more of an elementary, and then we run our 7th, 8th as a secondary model, getting them ready for our comprehensive high school. I like that model. As far as any research on that model, I don't know of any that is going to say that model is better than a 5-8, or that by having a more traditional K-4 configuration leading up to that. Again, I think it is going to be, what does the teaching community, what are we comfortable with, what is this community, what's best for this community? Our scores and our achievement data is indicating that we're doing some things very well. I give this community a lot of credit. I give our teachers a lot of credit. We're having a little bit of a dip, and there were some 3rd and 4th cohorts that I think we need to keep an eye on. But I have no doubt that this school community will do what's best for Tecumseh, and we will model that after what's best for this community.
We've heard questions from our constituents about your tenure in previous positions. Please help us understand the career transitions you've made in the last decade.
Sure. Thank you very much for asking. I was going to make sure, if it didn't come up, that I was going to bring it up. It's important for me to make sure you know, I didn't take a normal path, as we talked about the other night, into education. So for the first 10 years of my life, I shared I was a police officer, firefighter, and EMT, meaning that I was doing my student teaching when I was 30, going on 31. And so it became apparent pretty early in my career that I was probably going to go down an administrative track. So much so that I received tenure on a Monday night, and the next day I was hired as an assistant principal at the age of 34 or 35. And then I started to get a reputation of somebody who was pretty aggressive in my style as an administrator. I was approached by some other schools. So for example, when I was at Oxford as the assistant principal, I was approached by Lamphere High School in the same county, and people asked if I'd be interested in becoming that principal. Went down and I was able to apply for that job, but that happened within 2 years. And for me, those opportunities have followed a pretty natural sequence, a pretty natural administrative sequence, but they've happened quickly. They really have. There's a few reasons for that. One, I think I prepare myself pretty well for administrative positions, and I position myself pretty well, and when opportunities come up, I make a decision if it's best for myself and the family. To be quite honest, the other reason that a lot of those opportunities come up is the pool of good administrators is starting to shrink, just as the pool of people going into teaching is starting to shrink. So when you have an opportunity and it's presented to you, and you do your homework and you work hard for it, I've had pretty good success in going to those positions. When I went to Crestwood, for example, when I was asked to go down to Crestwood, they asked me to come down for a very specific reason. We were having issues with two main communities within that school district. We had a large African American community and we had a large Lebanese American community. And traditionally, those two groups had some issues. And so we worked extremely hard to turn some things around and improve in that school system. I went from Crestwood to Romulus into HR. I had been a high school principal going on 9 years, and I started to feel the pull for central office and was offered those opportunities. Romulus was a good training ground. Romulus is a school district that had many issues, and my superintendent came to me and said, you may want to start taking a look at some other opportunities. We're about to go through a takeover, we're about to go through a partnership process, and he was worried about his cabinet, and he was nice enough to let us know about that. I was asked to come to Huron Valley as the HR director, the executive director, and I fully plan to be in an HR in that district for the next several years. And to my surprise, the second year in, about a year and a half in, our superintendent left, and I was asked if I'd become interim superintendent. So it was an amazing opportunity. I wasn't going to pass that up. I think it was the right opportunity, and then after a year and a half, after about 8 months of that, then they asked me to apply for superintendency, and I received that. And that's where I was for the next 4 years. So everything up to that point, I think, would be a natural administrative progression. The next one's unique. I was approached by Detroit Public School District by a recruiting firm here in the state of Michigan that handles educational recruitment, and they couldn't find an HR person. They were in their turnaround. Detroit was going through their 7th turnaround officer. They hadn't had an elected board in 11 years, and so they asked if I would come down and talk. So I went and met with Judge Stephen Rhodes, who was the turnaround officer, and we had a conversation, and he really wanted me to come work for DPS-CD, but all he could offer was a 1-year contract. And I'm a father of 4, and I wasn't going to leave a superintendency or even consider it for a 1-year contract. 3 or 4 meetings later, he was able to offer a multi-year contract, and talked to me, and I sat down with my wife, and I don't know what else to call it. There was a pull. I think it was a calling to do something for our largest school district in the state, and I made the decision to go down to Detroit on a multi-year contract. I was offered a multi-year contract. Amazing work, hard work, 20 hours a day, literally, 20 hours a day, every day. 50,000 students, 3,000 teachers, and when I got into HR, there were no processes, there was no procedures. My first day on that job, we had 300 vacant classrooms, 285, no teachers. And so it was meaningful work, it was exhausting work, it was good public education work. And everything was going, you know, fine, no issues, and Detroit did not put the interim superintendent in place who had hired me. They put in a new superintendent, and when a new superintendent comes in, he likes to bring in his own team. So I was offered a position in Detroit as a chief negotiator, but that wasn't really what I wanted to do. I was offered the position of chief negotiator and a one-year contract because that's what he wanted to do as the new superintendent. Again, I have a family. I needed a guaranteed contract, and so Battle Creek Lakeview offered me a position to come around and do some work with them, and that's where I've been going on my 3rd year now. So I will never say Detroit was a mistake. It wasn't. It taught me, it gave me an urban experience. It taught me some valuable lessons as far as HR and how we treat people and community. It was hard, grueling work. It was good work. But as soon as I arrived at Lakeview, and you'll read in a letter from Blake if you were able to take the time, he knew that I was coming either for 6 months or 6 years. He knew that I wanted to get back into a superintendency, and that's what my desire is. I like this. I like the strategic planning. I like working with the board. I like working with our teachers and our leaders to move the district forward. I think that's what I'm supposed to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's say you meet with your staff one day in one school. You talk and they come up with a great plan. You say, this is great, we gotta get this done. No cost, we'll get it done. Then you go to the other school, you meet with that staff. And you go, oh, that is a great plan, no cost, we'll get her done. Then you go back to your central office and you meet with your financial director, and they look at you and say, what are you thinking? How are you gonna explain it to both of them?
Well, I'm hoping that the system we have in place, and that I can tell you the system that I will put in place, is that we want to empower our teacher leaders. We want to empower our building leaders. We want to make sure that we are using the best resources we have. But at the same time, when we're listening, when we're discussing, when we're looking at all options, I will never say to that group, and I won't jump to any promises until we've done all the research and we've done the data. It's not fair to any group to put them in that position where they feel that something has been promised to them. We first have to do our due diligence. And I think that what anyone has to be careful about in any organization, and for lack of any other term, is that we don't do any knee-jerk programming or reactions. We do the data. If there's any other groups that are going to be involved in a school district, there's always groups that are going to be involved by that decision. Then we make sure we involve them in that next step of the conversation and the process. But that being said, when we come up with really good ideas, when we come up with things that are value added to that building or to the district, and if they're the right thing to do, then we take them through our steps and our due diligence and through our committee work. And I'm hoping that feeds into a strategic plan, and a building improvement plan should all be part of it. And as long as we're all operating on that roadmap, then those good plans can bubble up. We want those plans coming forward. I would prefer that it would come forward in more of a conversation like this. We are looking to do this with our math curriculum. We'd like your input. We'd like to know what you feel current best practices. We value your input. We'd like to know what you feel we should be doing with this. We're also asking this group for that same information. And then we put that together. We then run that through our administrative team. We put that through cabinet, because we never make a promise without knowing if there's ever any true funding pieces to this that we didn't think about. We try not to put our business manager in a position where she can't support something that we want to move forward as an initiative, because we, as I mentioned the other night, we have a funding goal. We know what our fund equity is. We can't chew into fund equity with it being one-time money without being diligent in making sure that any of our ideas going forward for any curriculum, any programming, whether or not we can or we can't afford it.
Thanks.
This one might be pretty close to that. We have an issue that the board has to make a decision on. The board is split, the community is split. What would be your approach to resolving it?
Is this after it's gone through all committees? Is this after that we've done due diligence and we followed what should be a pattern of our?
Now, you could have been a recommendation of the committee, but the board is not on board with it, and the portion of the community is not on board.
And what would I do as superintendent? I would table it until we have consensus, until we know what's best for the school community. Well, that would be the question. There's a difference between we need to order 35 tablets because we had a cart that crashed, one of our tablet carts that crashed and burned, and now we need to replace this because it supports student programming within that technology budget. But if we are at these crossroads and it's an important decision that we need to make, and we are time allowing, we have the ability to table it and go back and do the research and do our due diligence on it, that's what I would recommend. I think it's extremely important for this community that we have consensus as a leadership team. I think it's important that we take the time when we can to make sure that we are putting our best foot forward to follow our due diligence and do things in a careful, well thought out methodology. And again, I keep going back to it, we need to tie that into a strategic plan process. Because as long as we develop what our plan is and what our rubrics are and what we are going to do as a leadership team, as the board and the cabinet and the superintendent, along with our buildings, then if we are following that methodology and we're staying true to it, then we'll be able to have consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I know we asked this question before at the last interview, but why Tecumseh? Why now? I mean, we've been interviewing at quite a few other places, so why Tecumseh?
Well, it's, for me, you are correct. I have been watching for school districts. I'm selective in the school districts that I am trying to become a superintendent. For this school district, for this opportunity, it fits all of my areas that I'm looking for. First and foremost, we are close enough. 20 minutes, 25 minutes is close enough. We may be closer if I'm given this opportunity. I shared with this board that the home on Lake Somerset is going to be our permanent home. What I didn't share the other night, thank you for having me back tonight to clarify it, is we also own a condo in South Lyon where my wife is superintendent. We are only keeping that condo for this next year. Our son graduated from university. He's a middle school first-year math teacher. He's living in the condo, so that he can have a rent-free for 1 year. I hope 1 year, please. And he's teaching middle school math full-time in a district that is within about 30 minutes of the condo. When this year is done, we're selling the condo. We are going to be here. So that's location, which is important because I need to be at everything, and I plan to be at everything as I shared. The other piece of this is that I did my homework on the school district, and I shared with you the other night. I stayed away as much as anyone can. I stayed away from social media. I stayed away from any of that stuff, and I talked to people that have been employees here. I talked to neighboring superintendents. I talked to the ISD superintendent. I learned everything that I could about this school district, about this community. And as I shared, this is a wonderfully supportive community. We were here last weekend again and walking through, and our sister and brother-in-law were in town. And I said, I want to show you Tecumseh, and brought them here. It's amazing. And when you talk to people who know these teachers, I know there's a lot of you sitting here, but this is an amazing group. When you sit and look, there's not many school districts who are doing preschool music. There's not many school districts who have the types of bands, you know, performances and the performing arts this district has. I've never seen a sculpture garden. It's beautiful. When you walk around, when you talk to people, it's part of this DNA of this community. When someone pulls you aside the other night after an interview and says, have you thought about this, this, and this, and ask you the tough questions, it's not because they're trying to get you. It's because they support this community and what they would like to see happen with this educational entity. So for me, this is a wonderful opportunity. I feel you are progressive in nature. I appreciate a school district that's willing to push the envelope. I think we're going to have to. I think there's not enough school districts in the state that are going to do it. I think they're going to rest on tradition. We need a hybrid model. But at the same time, the DNA of this school district is extremely impressive, and I would be very lucky to be here as a superintendent. And as I told you, if I'm offered this job and I'm your superintendent, this will be my last public school job. This is where I will end my career.
Won't give you this one. About your internet. So you actually kind of hit on some of what I had here. This district is amazing. Students and staff, they're incredible. And they need a leader. And this district has so much potential. Tell me why you are that leader.
I believe I'm that leader because of my energy, because of my dedication. Everyone will know who I am, everyone. I take great pride in making sure that students know who I am, that staff knows who I am, knows who my family is, knows everything about us. We are educators, I've shared that with you. Most of our family is, other than 2 of our children. It's, we're an open book. And you need, in public setting and public education system, I believe you need some charisma, you need humor, you need to be able to put yourself out there. When you're doing a fundraiser, you can't be afraid as superintendent to allow your head to be painted and other things that I have done. You need to be able to joke around and let kids know at a basketball game, if I hit 2 out of 3, I promise you a snow day this year. We always have a snow day, so it's not that far of a reach. You need to, I believe, you need a leader, and I am that leader, who will take chances, who will work with you. I don't think we go forward down a path of saying yes to every opportunity, and we don't do our due diligence as we talked about earlier. But I think we need to be brave enough as a school district to do some things differently. I think we need to be brave enough to do what's best for kids as we look towards what happens. And I was talking to one of you earlier tonight. We need to be able to reach out and use research. What is the school district going to need 15 to 20 years from now? Because we need to plan for that. We need to plan our bonds, we need to look at sinking funds, we need to look at technologies, because we cannot keep up. We're not going to be able to keep up in many cases with what our children are going to be, our students are going to be experiencing in a school district. So we need to be open, we need to do our research. There are wonderful things going on in our size school districts throughout the United States. We shouldn't just put ourselves in a bottle, I'm not saying we are, and only look at best practices in Michigan. We need to look at best practice nationally and what is going on. And we need to be able to dig in and do that research and do it in an exciting manner. From what I've seen and from what I've heard, our staffs are more than open to being on that cutting edge. They want to be on that cutting edge. But again, we need to do it strategically. It needs to be part of a plan. We need to stay with that plan, because if we don't, we start having offshoots, and once we start getting out there, it's really hard to reel it in. And so we need to do it in a prescriptive manner, a fun manner. I think public education is the best opportunity in the world. I think what we do for kids and what kids do for us and our families is contagious. I think it's fun. I think it's exciting. It's hard. But where else can you go to a musical and go to a football game and go to a cheerleading competitive cheer, event and go to a debate and go to a robotics, all within one community, and be able to support those kids and those families while trying to make sure we are recognizing what those future needs are so that we can continue to grow. Like we've shared, like you just asked, this is a beautiful community, it's a wonderful community. And they're a good, great, wonderful, supportive community because they have accepted the school district, moving things forward and being the cornerstone of this community. So I think it's an honor to be with you tonight. I know you have 3 solid candidates. I know you're going to choose the best fit for your school district. And hopefully that's me, but if it's not, you're going to have an amazing school district. You know, you've done a wonderful job with this process. It's been welcoming, it's been thorough, and I'm glad you asked me the question because I get excited about the opportunity. I'm a workaholic. I work a lot of hours. I send out a lot of emails up until 11 or 11:30 because I believe that the hardest working person in the district should be the superintendent. I won't ask anyone to do what I won't do, and I won't say that I'll outwork everybody because there's always somebody out there with a little more energy, but I'll be keeping pace and trying to beat them. You know, as far as what we're doing and how much energy we put in. I think we need a team approach, and that's what I've done my entire life. Build a good, solid team, a team that trusts me, that mutually respects what we're doing, and then most importantly, communicating and enjoying what we do. I think every school district has to get back to enjoying what they do, what's best for kids, and making sure that we're all going towards that same path and doing good things for Tecumseh families. Thank you.
All right, looking at the big picture here, quality of service, security, privacy, possible cost savings. What's your experience and opinion on public schools outsourcing of services such as HR or technology departments versus keeping them in-house and staffing them with direct employees?
In my experience, and I've been in districts where there's been some outsourcing. When I was superintendent in here, we did not outsource. When we did the cost analysis and when we took it down the road for 5-7, there really wasn't the cost savings that a lot of the public thought that there could be. But in fairness to that community, we looked at everything because, as I shared in 2010, we were in a recession and we were getting hit hard in Huron Valley. Huron Valley is right in the middle of the Big 3 country. The GM Proving Grounds is in Milford, and we lost 1,000 kids in 4 years because that's how many residents moved out when GM was shutting down jobs. So I feel we owe it. If we're asked, we'll do the cost out, we'll do the analysis. But I have found that whether it's EduStaff or whether it's other third-party vendors who are doing the hiring and offering services, when you are looking at what we now have to do with any employee with insurance that works 30 hours or more and pay a third-party vendor, when you take a look at what those percentage increases are going to be, I have found that savings is usually pennies on the dollar, and what it does to morale and what it does to a school district, if we can avoid it, I think we should. But I think we have to do the price analysis because we do the analysis on everything. The only the model that I think most school districts are using because we have to is that we use EduStaff, for example, with our sub-teachers. Because it's better to have a consortium or a pool of substitute teachers that we can pull from. Because back in the day, we all had our sub-callers, we all had our individual substitute, where we were calling on a full pool of candidates or people that we could get into our school district. And again, it all goes back to the current shortage in education right now. Subs and para-subs and bus attendants and bus drivers are getting harder and harder to find. It's a tough job for us right now. So I believe that if we can, we stay away from outsourcing. We take a look at what else we can do, And I think it's important that we stay a Tecumseh family with all of our groups.
John?
Can you tell us about a time, or what decision have you made throughout your tenure that had the greatest impact on that school district? And how would that benefit us here at Tecumseh?
The initiative that I feel had the biggest impact in my career was when we did the curriculum realignment and we did the deep data day when I was superintendent in Huron Valley. I shared with you the other night that right, wrong, or indifferent, when we dug into the data, we prior to that we weren't being honest with ourselves, and we had to take a hard look in the mirror and say to ourselves, we need to change the way we're delivering our curriculum. It was hard. It was tough, but it was honest. Now, the reason that it worked wasn't because we realized we found the data and the information. The reason that it was worked is that we used, as I shared, our master teachers to put a model into place where they were helping us to rewrite the curriculum through our curriculum department. And then we took them out of the class. I believe I shared with you, part of their FTE was working in central office on curriculums across the board. And then the second part of that FTE was then we put them back into the classrooms throughout the district, allowing master teachers to teach with their peers and then have a commonality of that language depending on which core curriculum we were working on. Extremely vital, strong, tough work, but by using our best teachers and persons who were our aspiring team leaders and our aspiring administrators, we were able to put forth an entire new curriculum like I shared within those 2 years. Extremely meaningful work. We're still, when I look at the scores, when I go back and look at Huron Valley, we're still improving in those core curriculum percentiles. The good work is going on. They've pulled back on that master teacher now because they've been able to get that model throughout the district, and now those teachers are back in the classrooms, and two of the 6 of them will probably be administrators in the next year. It was good, meaningful, honest work, and the best lesson I learned out of that is that when you have to take on a tough topic and work with the board and be honest to the community that we need to do something better, you're transparent, you're honest, and you get it done, because that's what's best for those kids.
All right, we're going to move to some audience questions that I have here. So, you said you would retire from here. How long before that would be?
Well, we've had 4 children go through Big Ten University, so we have quite a bit of, we have some parent loan out there. I anticipate that I will be a superintendent with you for the next 10 years. 10, if everything's going great, maybe more than that. I plan on being around. I can't even fathom what I would do if I wasn't doing this. I enjoy it, I love it, I want to keep doing it, so I'll be around.
Please describe how valuable you see the arts as part of the community, an essential part of our K through 12 curriculum.
Thank you for the question. I think our performing, our visual arts are extremely important. We have to teach to the whole child. We have to teach to, not the physical, the emotional, the social, the artistic. This community, obviously we're deeply entrenched in the arts. When I've done my homework on the community, I don't know of another community this size that has their own performing arts center in the community as part of the DNA of this community. It's obvious. The marching, the band, the district is known for its bands. It's known for its department. So I think every opportunity we can give any of our students, and we should branch out in that if we can. We put strings in place. We put orchestra in place. Anything that we could do that was within that department's personality, anything that they would like to do. We had a teacher in Huron Valley who said, I'd like to start teaching violin. Can we get our hands on 12, 15 violins? We did, and we were able to put the course into place, and we were able to do that. I just think we need to support our students in the arts, no matter what that is, you know, visual, performing, fine. We need to make sure that they have those opportunities. And if we, you know, if we can't offer it as a class, then can we offer it as a club? Can we do it as a 0 hour? Can we do it as an opportunity where we try it as a club, and if it works, then let's put a process in place to make it an elective. Let's make it part of the core curriculum. I think we need to look at every child and every need that we can.
What strategies have you used to support collaboration and teaming within your staff?
We've had great success with PLCs. I am a firm believer in cohorts, and I'd like to build the professional learning community model. That means that we have to carve out meaningful professional development time. We have to have a model in place that is sustainable, and we have to make sure that that is focused in regards to building those teams. And then I think an important part of the teaming in the initiative, as we've talked a little bit tonight, is that we need to make sure that our teachers are becoming teacher leaders, that we are giving them the opportunity. And then I had said during my entry plan when we were talking, we used a aspiring administrators program called Galileo in Oakland County, and there is a similar aspiring administrators program not too far down the road that offers a cohort where we should be putting our next administrators through that opportunity if they're interested in that. There's always a gamble when you start training your best and your future administrators and teacher leaders. There's a model that you could, you know, there's a chance you could lose them down the road if you're not able to put them in place. But I think that if you are able to approach somebody and say, we'd like you to go through this aspiring administrators as we're building that team, and we see you as our next elementary principal, can't promise you when that's going to be, but we, as part of our succession planning, we'd like you to be with us as that leader. Normally things work out and we're able to put that administrator into place down the road, and then we can continue to build our best and our best teams throughout our infrastructure that's here. I'm a firm believer in that those persons who want to lead and are able to lead and are looking to lead, we give them that opportunity.
Which school districts in Washtenaw and Lenawee County would you aggressively use as a benchmark to Tecumseh and help set goals for Tecumseh?
I believe that our surrounding districts are doing some things pretty well. I'm not going to, I don't know specifically who is doing what best. I'm pretty good friends with Bob Benke over in Adrian. We've been colleagues for a long time. I appreciate some of the things that are taking place in that school district as I've discussed this region with him. What I would probably do is make sure that I have good contact and good understanding from Mark Haig at the ISD and ask him that very question. If we're looking to benchmark the following areas and looking for who's doing it right, what are those best districts? I think sometimes member districts, local districts underutilize an ISD, and I think that is extremely important. Mark and I have already had a few conversations as I've asked him his background knowledge and where he felt that the county was going. Very easy to talk to, and that's a question that I wouldn't hesitate to ask him. We're make up a scenario. If we're looking to beef up our elementary Spanish, is anyone doing it in a manner that is best practice? Who's a good resource? Who should we talk to? And that's how I would make sure that I understood who was doing the best benchmarking for us.
Is there a question you'd like to ask the board?
The only question I have, is there anything that we've talked about over the 2 days and nights that we've been together? Is there anything that you would like to ask me that would add any more clarification for my candidacy? I would hate to walk away tonight and have something left unanswered, you know, as we wait on a decision. Well then, barring that, I just want to thank everybody. This has been an extremely powerful few days, and it's been a good process. Don and Greg, thank you. Terry, thank you again for your hospitality. To the high school administration, thank you, both of you, for being so friendly when you show up at a front office and you're not quite sure yet where the media center is. And then to the people that I met today and people who stopped by, thank you for smiling, for being friendly, for being thoughtful. It means a lot, and it says a lot. And with that being said, it would be an honor to be part of your team. It really would. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your responses. It's very helpful and insightful. Obviously, you have a perspective, many of you, than we do. So thank you so much for all your participation.
Ready? All right. So, go over here, so.
Fantastic. Okay, so let me just kind of talk you through what the next steps are. And I know you're tired, but we're close, so hang in there, right? I mean, if you think about this, this is the culmination of quite a lengthy process. You've already done a ton of work. You've done an exceptional job, I think, in our times as we have worked together. So what we want to aim for here is a good finish. So let me describe what we're working towards. We are working towards a 7-0 vote. Now, I will tell you, you're not really there right now, right? And so we haven't debriefed on candidates. We have a lot of conversation that we have yet to have. But ultimately, when we call somebody tonight to say, congratulations, the board would like to begin negotiations with you to be superintendent of Tecumseh, their first question to me is going to be, what was the vote? And the reason for that is they need to know that they have the support of all of you before they will begin negotiations with you. Okay, so understand that. So our preliminary conversations in this case can absolutely be candid. So don't feel like you have to surrender, your concerns or not have a conversation with your fellow board members because the public is present. You had 3 excellent finalists tonight. There are lots of, you just looked through all of the feedback forms that you received. There are lots of different opinions in this room. Ultimately, it has to be the board's decision, right? That's what the legal expectation is. So, what I want to do first is draw your attention. So the packet that you had at your places tonight, right, had the agenda for who we're going to interview, and then it had the selection criteria that you established some time ago. So turn to the second page in that packet, and I know you've looked at it many times in this process, but I want you to reacquaint yourself with that. This is the lens by which we have been evaluating these applicants for the position. So I want to talk through the relative strengths of each of the finalists that we met with tonight in the order that we interviewed them. I'm going to ask you to not move in for the kill. So I understand that politically, sometimes that's a savvy move. I'm telling you right now, it is not a savvy move, so don't do it.
What does that mean?
That means don't anybody get clever and make a motion.
Oh,
Because we are not to that point. I will let you know when we are, okay? So just candidly, and in the context of the selection criteria that you established, that you said was going to be important to move this district forward, let's hear about your reflections on our first interview of the evening with Wayne Rodell. Talk if you're comfortable. You don't all have to speak.
I really like his experience. He has a lot of time as an administrator, and he has a lot of time in the classroom too. And I really believe, being as old as I am, that he's at a point in his career where he wants a challenge, and I think we have to be sincere about that. And I think he would really invest in this district. So that's my thoughts on it.
Thank you.
I'd have to agree with Mike. I mean, I think Van is very experienced in every aspect of what we were looking for, what we set in our criteria. I think he's the one who has the most experience of everybody. And I think, to me, his heart is with students, so.
Thank you.
I also agree that he has more experience than anyone. To me, he seems the most approachable. He did seem the most sincere to me, whatever that means. He just seemed like he meant everything he said. He has been in one district for a very long time and is very, obviously liked there because he's been there so long. I guess that could be a plus or a minus, but overall, I think he has a lot of the qualities that I personally was looking for. And he's, I guess that's it. Pretty much, I agree with what has been said so far.
Thank you.
I echo these. I thought that the one thing that I really liked was his bottom-up approach with most decisions. I think that, that's something that this group needs. I think we really need to have that collaboration. The other thing I got out of him was that this isn't about him necessarily. It's more about the kids and the schools and the district. I didn't get a me or an I feeling from him. It was more of a team approach, and he's doing this because it's the best thing for the district. I mean, obviously it'll have some benefits for him, but it wasn't about him, was the feeling I got out of it.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Oh, sure. I like that he had a very objective view of things and a broad objective view, rather than place himself in his view. He seemed to be able to step back and take in the totality of what was in front of him and think about what he was seeing and recognize, particularly in some of the personality determining questions I asked, it seemed clear that he was more objective and analytical about it, but not necessarily in a sense of coming to a conclusion and running with it, just in evaluating it. More of a think objectively and broadly before considering acting. I like that. It's a little bit more logical and considerate approach to things. I also liked his entrance plan. He had good foresight in setting the goals and the weekly, monthly, yearly, putting those out that at least organizationally, I think that's most likely to succeed rather than people who just set a long-term goal or, a one-year goal, 5-year goal, 10-year goal. It really brings it down to getting things now so that as you work towards that long-term goal, you can correct course and make sure that you're still on course. I like that.
Thank you.
And he seemed very personable and genuine, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got the most superintendent experience out of the ones that we interviewed. Definitely was genuine. Made me laugh a couple times, that's always good. So, I do have some concerns as far as some of his references. He didn't supply any current board members his references. So I would have liked to spoke to some of those. I didn't call him because I didn't supply him, but,
Oh, we could have done that, because I spoke with them.
okay. Well, I guess maybe we should have then, but, so there's some concerns there. And then someone tells me they're not challenged right now, then they're not challenging themselves enough. There's always better things to improve on. And I understand things can get stale, but I think all of us have worked long enough to know that if you're not challenging yourself enough, yeah, it's gonna get stale. So if you need that challenge, you're going to look for it somewhere else, and I don't actually believe you're challenging yourself every day to be the best you can be. That's my personal opinion, so.
Thank you. Are we comfortable moving on and talking about our second interview? Great. Let's hear your perspectives on Richard Hilderly.
I like Mr. Hillary. I think he meets all of my requirements except the one that I think that the other candidate is more experience as a superintendent. Less than 3 years as a superintendent, I think it's not enough. Because the longer you're in a position, the more challenges you meet, the more things you have to deal with. And I don't think Rick is there at this point.
Thank you. Other perspective?
I agree with Mike again. I mean, Rick is good. He has only a short time as superintendent, which concerns me a lot, and there's a lot of building to do in this community. I think we need someone stronger and more knowledgeable.
Thank you.
I thought he was a good candidate. I thought he was very sincere. I thought he didn't meet my criteria as far as having a lot of outside experience, a lot of superintendent experience. And I also want somebody that is new to the district and can start fresh, where everyone's starting on the same page. Sometimes I worry that because he did work here for so long that there could be, that can be a plus, but it can also be a minus in my mind.
Thank you.
I agree with a lot of this. I thought he did very well. I wish he had 2 or 3 more years of experience and at a bigger district. I think his past relationships and his knowledge of Tecumseh are a bonus for him, something he has over the other 2. So it's good and bad. People have relationships and, not everybody likes everybody. And, I'm sure this is going to be a positive thing for some people and a negative for others. So one of the things that we all agreed on when we first started talking about this was not bringing in someone from our district. Rick's kind of an anomaly. He's somebody that was here and then he left and now he wants to come back. So, you have to take all that with a grain of salt. But I thought he did a great job, and he's definitely got the personality for it. The experience thing is troubling me.
Thank you.
Well, I'm very comfortable with Mr. Hilderly as far as coming from in the district or in and then out. I'm comfortable with his dedication to the district. And I think it is probably going to give him an edge coming into the district to be acclimated to the district and vice versa much more quickly. It's really a reintroduction. I think I used the example that he already knows where the broom closets are and which brooms are broken, right? He knows the buildings, he knows the district, the community. That is kind of a bonus for him. He does have many years as a principal, and then he's added to that with a couple of years as a superintendent. It begs notice that he is coming back into the district, and he has long-standing relationships with people. It brings up the possibility that there will be some internal conflict or with him, or it may be unhealthy or healthy for the district. But it's, again, it brings up that possibility. It makes it possible. That doesn't mean it is, and there's no way to tell whether it is. So kind of stuck on that one. I guess I don't mind bringing him in because he's, I think he'd be very healthy for the district. And because he's been out of the district and back in, I don't think it's a matter of bringing somebody up who's been here the last couple of years and promoting from within. I think it still qualifies functionally as from out of the district.
Thank you.
And I would echo what Kevin said. In our qualifications, we were looking at our criteria. Our wording was prior superintendent experience strongly preferred. So the 2.5 years, whatever it was, that doesn't really bother me, that's the only superintendent experience he's had.
Thank you.
You know, I would echo what Becky and Kevin both said. You know, it's always difficult when you have someone that has worked for you before and then left and then they come back. I've experienced it a few times. But usually when they come back, they have a different perspective on things. They have learned and grown when they've done that. And I believe Rick has done that from what he said tonight. I also believe that he will be able to walk into these schools. He won't know every staff member, but I believe he will be able to unite these teachers and staff, kind of like how Greg did, because he had some experience with a lot of these people. He didn't know all of them, but Greg was able to do that. And really, Greg only got to meet the staff, the teachers for 2 weeks, and then he was on vacation, and then back another week. So I feel that right now Rick is the man for the job. He loves Tecumseh. It's the only job he's probably ever going to apply for again. And Bronson loves him, you know, so, and he's only been there for 2.5 years. So that's what I have to say on that.
Thank you. Let's shift gears then and talk about our third interview of the evening with James Baker. And I guess we'll just start with you.
Well, you're definitely very intelligent, but he's very mechanical, and I think he won't make the connections with the community. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker is, again, very strong candidate. He's intelligent. He's a strong leader, but I think he's too strong of a leader for Tecumseh.
Thank you.
I think he's very knowledgeable, very smart, very methodical, almost to a fault. And not as approachable as the other two candidates, in my opinion.
Thank you.
He was one of my favorites on paper when we originally got the, just the background data and resumes. That being said, the jumps concerned me, but they make sense. So, but the bigger thing I think at this point is that I agree. I think his personality, he just doesn't give me enough warm fuzzies that this district needs. The other thing that concerned me tonight was the whole cutting edge thing. We don't want to be cutting edge. I mean, we want to be successful. We want to do the best for our kids, but I personally don't feel like we need to be cutting edge. We experienced that before and it wasn't positive. So that being said, you know, I would just say he's got a ton of experience. He's a great candidate, but I don't think he's the correct fit for us.
Thank you.
I'll say that there's no question, very knowledgeable. He interviews incredibly well. He has a depth of knowledge on anything we asked him a question about. That was a notable depth of knowledge, but it was all very clinical, very analytical, which is great. We're needing an accountant. I think that the thing that is probably I've noticed the most was that when he was discussing his career path, there was an obvious ascension in career, and he got to a point where he made that jump to the big school district in Detroit. And when he was talking about that, he said that you know, he's father, and he always makes changes based on what's best for himself and his family. And there's nothing wrong with that. However, I don't get the sense that he establishes himself in the community and invests himself in the community. I think he invests himself appropriately in his career and his career path. And at a different time, he'd be great if we needed that. But I think we need somebody who's going to invest themselves in this community and who I can trust, as long as I have other options that I think are going to invest themselves in the community and be around for a long time. I have a problem keeping someone on the bill that I'm not so sure of.
Thank you. Switch the order.
I concur with Kevin. I don't feel like he would be a good fit in the community. I don't feel like he would insinuate himself in the community like the other two candidates would.
Thank you.
I agree with Kevin and Becky. I know he was the high school teacher at Crestwood, is it correct? And I know he's interviewing there, so he's, he's worked there before, he has connections there. I just don't think he's the right fit for Tecumseh, so. But I think he's got great credentials and wish him the best of luck.
Thank you. Okay, so thinking through some of the kind of perspective that you have, that you shared with each other when you were debriefing, and I'm pretty sure everybody in this room has a sense that there's a bit of a divide, right? Although I had the opportunity to talk to each of you before this, that's legal and appropriate. I can talk to board members one-on-one to see where they are before I begin facilitating the session. So what I would say to you is you're not as far apart as you think you are. And so this isn't a case of where you've dug these deep trenches and, you're kind of lining up your defenses. That's not the sense that I got in talking with you. And so I think to help surface that for you as we talk about next steps, because you're going to have to do some persuading of each other. I think the best way to go after this is it's safe to say we can set aside Mr. Baker's candidacy, just based upon your remarks, okay? So I think we can do that in our conversation. So next, what I'm going to ask you to do is just, rank our two finalists. And so I'm going to have you tell me your top candidate, and then I'm going to have you tell me your number 2 candidate. Because what I didn't hear from any of you is, I have to have this person. It's the only one. No one said that to me. Certainly had some preferences, but I did not hear that. So let's just get a sense of where, and this isn't a commitment, it's not an official vote, it's just part of our conversation, okay?
I thought I wasn't allowed to say that.
Right?
You got me nervous.
We may get to that point, we'll see.
Yes.
So that said, I know that sometimes board members don't like to be put in the hot seat to go first, so I'm gonna ask for a volunteer to go first. So you got, look at everybody's like, hey. It's fantastic.
We're all so shy.
I know, right? Then I'll say ladies first, we'll start with you, and then we're gonna go this way and then back around, okay?
My first choice would be Mr. Hilton, and second would be Mr. Riddell.
Okay, 1 second. Thank you.
That would be my same choice, Mr. Heselby and Mr. Rodell.
Thank you. I'm coming back around to you now, Mike.
Mr. Rodell and then Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodell, Mr. Hilbert.
Mr. Odell, sorry.
1 second, sorry. Now I'm ready for you.
Mr. Odell.
And then Mr. Holden. Thank you.
Rodell and Hilbert.
Thank you.
I'm going to be the difficult one. I am, honestly, either one of them, I could support 100%. They each have a strength that the other one isn't quite as strong at.
You
And-
can't have a tie.
I could have said that.
Yeah, I took the easy way out.
This is just a softball.
Yeah, I know. Well, for the sake of discussion, I'll go Hilderly and Rodell.
So you're like neck and neck, right? You know that. So let's talk about this, right? On one hand, you know, as we kind of analyze these two candidates, right? And so, you know, I'm going to say some things and invite you to react to them. Both of these candidates appear to be personable, right? There's the human touch in this. One of the things that you should give great consideration to is which one you think is going to be better able to unify the district, because you said that was your priority, your utmost priority again and again when asked, okay? Now that's a bit of a rub, right? Because what we all know is that you've heard things on both sides of that, right? So you need to be very reflective about, and that, but on the personal side, the interpersonal relationships, it does seem that they both are very warm when it comes to that. I think the part you have to sort out is to what extent is a fresh face needed, right? In order to do that unification, right? Because Rick has lots of experience here, so he really does know the district, as opposed to Wayne does not have that. Is that a plus or a minus, right? Some of you said that in your comments. So once you digest that, I think the third thing that you have to think very deeply about is which one is going to be better capable to deal with this board in a way that is productive.
I think either one of them could be with this board.
I do.
But, you know, this district's had some success, in my opinion. Mr. McCarron had never been a superintendent, and I think he did a pretty good job being a superintendent when he came back. He'd been a principal, but never a superintendent. I still think it's important to have that experience.
Okay. Other perspectives?
I think the,
Go ahead, ladies first.
I think the experience is very important, especially where we stand right now and what we've been through. I also think a fresh face, and no offense to anybody that's ever, you know, been here and came back, but when you work here, some people like you, some people don't. Nobody knows Mr. Rodell. They don't like him or dislike him, I would imagine. And I just think a fresh face and a fresh start is the way to go.
I'm not so certain on that, because we've been through a few superintendents around here, and we've had some fresh faces, and none of them have worked out. And if we really want to unite this community again, we've got to get somebody in here that understands this school district, understands our community, that's lived here for 27 years. We bring somebody in, it's unknown, it's a coin toss, you know, and it's time to get this district united again. And I believe Rick can do it. I don't know, I mean, I think Rodell interviewed really well, but we don't know if he's going to be the person to do it. Our last superintendent didn't have any superintendent experience before Tecumseh. Karen didn't have any superintendent before Tecumseh. So Rick does have 2 years of superintendent experience, and anybody coming in here as a fresh face, it's going to take them 90 to 120 days before they even get their footing on the ground to understand what's going on here.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that
No,
at
not
all.
at all.
Oh, absolutely.
You're underestimating that.
Mr. Rodell has, he will be in here getting involved.
He sees, I mean, I've seen it with Richard Fauble. He was unknown to Tecumseh. He came in here and there were problems here. He got to know everybody. And it worked out well. I did not see that with internal candidates.
The one thing that I got out of this, and it hit me enough to go back and circle it and star it. One of the candidates to me felt like this opportunity was about the community and the kids and the schools. The other candidate to me, this was more about them. And that I think that was the biggest thing for me, because going into tonight, I could have flipped a coin just like Kevin, easily. and I'll let you guys figure out which one it was that's for the kids in the community and which one of it's for them. But to me, that was a big moment.
Well, I'll speak on, again, Rick Elderly has been here. And there's the possibility, it's like driving a car. You got in an accident once, so you know that every time you get in a car, you might get in an accident. Well, he's been here, so we know it's a possibility that there might be a downside to him knowing everybody. I just don't feel that's enough of a concern, just knowing that it's a possibility to make it a big deal. The 2 years he's been a superintendent. Mr. Rodell has been a superintendent for 9, or was it 7? 7 years. He's done bond issues. He's done more of the uncommon superintendent actions, like ballot bond issue, anything like that, right? He just has more experience with it. Does that mean that the 2 years experience is insufficient? No, not at all. I think it just gives Mr. Rodell that step up above Mr. Hilderly, just as Mr. Hilderly has to step up above him when it comes to being familiar with the district. The only concern I have with Rodell is he was 7 years as a superintendent. He was assistant before, pulling up the top of my head, I'm sorry. He was the assistant before that and then a principal in that same district. He's been in Fowlerville for over a dozen years as administration. Safe to say,
Must be doing something right.
well, it is a positive, but think of it, he has been a gear in their machine, functioning how that machine operates now for over 12 years. He's coming to our district, we're not the same machine. We might not operate the same, now he has an adjustment period. I'm not sure how comfortable he'll be adjusting. It's like you've done something the same for over a dozen years, the same style of relationship, communication and such. And he's never been outside of administration in Fowlerville. That might be a little stumbling block for him. Again, it's just a possibility. It's not a guarantee.
The flip side of that, though, is that Rick could have a preconceived notion of what Tecumseh is, and Tecumseh is not the same place as it was 2 years ago. Absolutely.
And that's why I disagree with that question.
This is when you look at it, if you look at it from that perspective, I think you have to side with the person who has more experience, because I think they're both coming in equally with their different backgrounds there, but which one has the more experience? The other thing I will say is I searched the internet up and down for anything negative about the candidates, and I couldn't find a single thing about nothing.
And that's
Not a blip on the map. So,
and that was a part of every candidate before we even got to 3. You were going as far as to find out how many miles are left on their oil change if you could. So some of the candidates, yeah, based on some of that information that's publicly available. But the final 3, in this case, the final 2, there's just nothing that's negative that's going to kind of push them down a little bit and elevate somebody else. And that's why I'm a little conflicted, because honestly, either one, I could easily get fully behind and work with, and I think both of them are going to be highly successful.
But if you break down their experience, one has bond experience, way more curriculum, years of curriculum experience, years of collaborative experience, years of bottom-up relationship building. So it's not just.
Well, Rich has also got some bond experience. He passed the sinking fund, and he's only been there 2 years.
Well, this guy passed a $17 million bond and a $3.5 million energy bond. So I'm just saying, and worked on state grants, and so just the overall experience in all of the different areas adds up to a lot to me.
There's 2 things. With Mr. Rodell, not only does he have a lot more superintendent experience, he also is in a similar sized district that we are. There's another thing Mr. Hilderman's district is probably about the size of our high school. You're going to learn a lot more and experience a lot more in a bigger school district.
Of course, but Fowlerville is also a much different area than we are.
Yeah.
And honestly,
Both schools are different.
Mr. Rodell wasn't on my original list. There were things about his recommendations and his cover letter that did not appeal. He is personable. I certainly think he interviewed better than his resume presented him. I still just, I just don't feel he's a good fit for Tecumseh.
Can I talk about these, is that okay?
Of course.
Okay, given both nights, the support, I will give you, Mr. Hillary has the most support, both the first night and tonight. He also, I don't work anymore, so I get to get around a little bit. And most of the people, matter of fact, I think I've talked about 15 people, I guess, and only one was negative on Mr. Hillary, and it wasn't 100% negative.
I've talked to several different parents, grandparents, people that used to be associated with the schools. And there were a couple that were not fans for various reasons. And then there were some that were just absolutely, he's the best thing since sliced bread. So, but yes, in our written responses, you're right. Most nights he had definitely the most votes.
And
Right now, he doesn't have the most, it's not from tonight. Out of 22 responses, I think Rodell had about 10 negative things to say about him, but that's less than half, and 3 of those were only arts, because of the comment about the elementary art thing. And Hilderly, out of 20, had 11 negative, or, questionable.
The big sister in me, I have to jump in now and say, I'm not a fan of tallying feedback forms, that's not the intention of it.
Okay.
And here's why. While these folks are seriously committed, this is not your entire community.
No, right.
Not everybody is here, right?
But
So-
somebody made a statement that,
I get it,
Yeah.
I get it. I'm just saying, on balance, all those conversations you had in the feedback form was to inform your decision, but we don't elect superintendents here. And it's a darn good thing, because in the states that do, it doesn't go so well, right? You are privy to information that not every citizen in this community is privy to. That's why you're elected to the position that you're in. So it's important that you pay attention to it, but you have to take it on balance in the fullness of the picture. One of the questions that I would have for you as you guys talk through this is like, so when you think about the value added, right? So what are the value addeds that either of these candidates may bring to the equation that would make a difference here?
I think the big one with Elderly is past here.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what, I think if you take that, I'm looking at this as, we have emotional decisions and then we have, more concrete decisions. If you take the emotional decision out of this, if you take Rick's past in Tecumseh and remove it, would you still have him as your #1 candidate based on his experience and based on everything else? Take the Tecumseh out of it. Who are you gonna pick between the two?
But you
Based on,
can't do that.
Well, you
This is
can't.
a people business.
That's an
This is a
emotional,
piece of.
I feel like that's an emotional decision.
I find myself
This is
supporting
more
my
people
second
business
choice.
than a machine.
1 second.
Yeah.
You can't take that out. The people, this is a people business. All this is a people business.
And what about
Communication.
Rodell wasn't screaming, I'm a people person?
I didn't say it wasn't, but I'm just saying you can't take those things out. And Rick, I feel, brings more to the table to be able to bring the community together, and that's what we need. And that's what we said we need. And we don't know if that's gonna happen with Doug. We thought it was gonna happen with Hamilton. That didn't happen. Thought it was gonna Hamilton with Rhodes.
I view that as temporary, so that you
Well,
can't.
we thought it was gonna happen with Rhodes. Okay.
Let's check in on Mike, because we cut him off, so let's
Okay,
check in on
No, the
Mike.
all-time quick temper. No. Mr. Hilbert, you can take away the experience, and that's why I said I find myself giving more support to my second. I don't know if I really want to do that. But his answers were good. It doesn't matter, we think he had more experience based on the answers he gave.
Well, one of the things that, because I was paying attention to your reactions, and obviously this has been quite a process. So it seems to me, though, you have to consider the inside information that comes with those answers. I mean, it struck me as there was very little that he didn't know about Tecumseh because of the connections that he had. So this is somebody who has the fullness of the information of the reality compared to somebody who drove in from out of town and answered the questions. I'm not saying that to sway you, but I'm saying you can't evaluate the questions the same way, right? This is why we talked about even what their assignments should be. And there really was no assignment that was gonna be entirely equal, because, I mean, we're talking about decades. That's a big factor in this. What, as Greg and I talked through candidacy, what we need you to think through is, the progression from when we met with you and we reported stakeholder information, and at that point in time, how important the external piece was, as opposed to now, the idea of somebody who understands Tecumseh being, a significant issue. This is always the case in search. Tecumseh is not special that way, but we need you to check in on that and say, if there were no internals in this mix, would you be satisfied with what your options were? Or is this just about a tipping of the scales? You follow my line of questioning?
No.
Well, for us, because I'm training Greg, and so he's like, how did we get from, hey, they really want an outsider, to, hey, this person with 2 decades in the district? And I'm like, Greg, the fear of the unknown is a really big deal, and districts are very dialed into what their culture is, right? So this is somebody who, was able to represent your culture well to you, and you identify, right? There's a trust factor there.
When did we ever really say that we wanted someone from the outside? Because I don't see it on our list at all.
Your stakeholders didn't.
We
That was-
we
yeah.
definitely said it.
I mean, that's not something we put in selection criteria, right? But that was one of the things that your stakeholders had reported early on. And I get that, you've heard from stakeholders since then. That was one of the things I was hoping was gonna shake out since the first round of interviews to this. And it sounds like maybe you've heard from both sides.
And you have to be careful, because people have a tendency to come forward with positive things about someone they know and everybody else knows, not so much so with negative or questions,
Okay.
questioning, I don't know.
So what else is in the mix here as far as skill set that's gonna make a difference?
From the beginning, I originally Hillbilly would have been my first choice, because I thought he better understood the community and he would be able to come in. He knows what he's stepping into. Mr. Rodell may not really understand what he's stepping into, and so that was positive. But I still put a lot of weight on the experience.
And how could you not know what you're stepping into? I mean, we've been all over every Did newspaper we- and live everywhere.
I still don't
Sure,
understand
everybody
that
knows
somebody
that.
knows the people.
Right.
I did suggest that candidates watch videos of your board meetings so that they would have a sense of it. So I think Tim knew that, because I reached out to him to check on some information related to that. So I can't attest to who did watch and who didn't, but that was something I recommended, because I want this to be a successful partnership with the new superintendent.
I mean, when it came to the presentations of the plan of entry, I thought Rick's was the best. I think Wayne's was a little, not just kind of bigger picture per se.
Hear the same ones?
And, I think Rick hit it on the head where what needs to happen. He needs to be out there in the buildings, working with the staff, and getting the staff back together, and not sitting in the office. With Wayne, I felt like he was gonna be more in the office at first, and I don't feel that with Rick.
Well, I did not get that.
I didn't
at all.
get
And
it.
I thought
I
his
didn't get it.
presentation was far superior.
I thought Wayne's presentation and the depth that it went into was much stronger. Rick
It was
gave-
personable.
Rick gave a nice presentation, but there was no depth to it. It was very surfaced. He said, we all know these things that need to happen, but he didn't talk about how he would do them. He just said these are the things that we need to do, but he never once hit on, because I kept waiting for it. I kept hoping, like, are you going to tell us how you're going to do this or what your plan is to do this? He never got into anything more than just surface, hey, this is what we need to do, which we all know what we need to do.
So, guys, let me have your undivided attention for a second. So,
Can you speak up a little?
oh, I'm sorry, normally I'm obnoxiously loud, so that's unusual.
You're getting tired.
Ask anybody. Oh, that's see. So, okay. So what I don't want to happen is that you dig in, you entrench, and then you can't keep an open mind. I mean, part of the challenge of, you know, I've said from the beginning, interviews are the least predictive aspect of this. For all intents and purposes, interviews are a dog and pony show, right? And so what is most relevant is cognitive function, a person's ability to think and solve problems, the evidence of that, and past performance in similar circumstances. So let me surface an idea here, and that is this. We're talking about 2 practicing superintendents. What about site visits? Let's say we get more information. Tim mentioned that he would have liked more references. I apologize, I didn't realize you were looking for more homework. I'd have given it to you, because we've got plenty of contacts. So I know everybody wants this over with, I get it, but why don't we talk about setting up a single site visit committee to go to both districts? I don't want to see 2 different committees. This has to be less than a quorum of the board going, so I recommend 2 board members going, along with representatives from your other stakeholder groups in the district. And they'd go to Brunson, they'd go to Fowlerville, talk to folks. And in the meanwhile, all of the board members would get assignments of people you haven't already talked to get some perspective. I want you to feel good about the decision you're gonna make. We don't have to arm wrestle, you got 2 fantastic candidates. What do you think?
I agree 100%.
Yeah, we're obviously not there.
No, we are not there.
Yeah, I want you to be there, and these candidates are too good. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we don't need to mishandle either of them. And so what about this? What about we gather more information?
Yep.
Everybody can everybody live with that?
Yep.
You're like, just let me out of here, God, it's late. Okay, so what I'm gonna ask is that one of you who is stronger leaning towards Rick, and one of you who is more strongly leaning towards Wayne, one of each of you be on the committee, because I'm looking for balance here. And then we'll talk about who else from stakeholder groups would do that. Can I get some volunteers?
Tim and I?
I say Becky and John.
Becky works full-time.
I don't think I can take Becky.
We should flatten his tires, don't you think? I mean, for heaven's sake. Okay, so we're gonna leave you to sort that out. But that's what I'm looking for. And then we'll talk about a teacher representative, an administrator representative, you know, a citizen representative. We certainly can talk about a couple others. I don't mean to leave anybody out, it's late, so don't be offended by anybody that I left out. And we'll see if we can't get those scheduled. So we'll talk to the candidates right away. And it'll probably be late tomorrow or the following morning that we get you assignments on phone calls, okay? I always say that I want you to feel good about the decision you're gonna make, so what more information do you need? So when we think about site visits, and we think about, you know, more conversations with people who know these folks, is there anything else that you want? What else would make you feel better about the decision that you have to make? Do you want personality assessments? Do you want, I mean, you know, I have all those things at my disposal. I'm happy to employ them at this point.
What is that?
Well, you know, so the science of if you've ever done Myers-Briggs or you've done DISC or, you know, those behavioral assessments that talk about how people approach the world and how they approach solving problems. If you've ever done this, that's based on research. That's not like smoke and mirrors. And so we use an instrument that is calibrated very finitely. It comes up with 364 different variations. So that's very specific. It gives you a sense of, you know, their personality, their approach to problem solving. If you're more interested in that sort of cognitive function side of it, then we have an assessment that we can offer for that as well. That's a battery assessment, so like it's pretty intense. We can do both of them if you want, but we don't need to do any of them if they're not relevant to your decision making, right? It's only if it's relevant to you that we want to ask these candidates to do it.
I think it's definitely relevant.
What does it tell you?
It'll tell you if
Management
it's
style,
driven, yeah.
what,
Yep.
you know, what their
Yep.
actual
So
personality
literally their
is.
approach. So like, I will tell you on my assessment, it doesn't make me sound very nice, so be kind. I have a very dominant personality. Tend to get things done. And I tend to be very relational, so I like to engage with people. and I don't like to follow rules. So that's what it would tell you about me. And by the way, it's accurate. So
I'm
that's.
sure that's how mine would turn out.
I know, right? So that's that side of it. On the battery side of it, it'll give you a sense of mental acuity, business knowledge, numerical perception. I mean, it gives you 6 different kind of reports based on, kind of the thinking side. It gives you some personal stuff too, but I don't like the reliability of that as well as I like the battery side of it.
Do most schools do that?
No, I'd say 20% do it. But I see an awful lot of folks read it and there's this thing called confirmation bias. If you're just looking for something to validate what you already believe, it's not usable. If you still have an open mind and you're collecting more information, well then, this can help round out your picture of these candidates.
I like it.
Okay.
I think,
Something weird.
I think the more information I get, the better.
Okay, so
Site
doing,
visits are gonna give you a lot of information.
I think so too.
it is. Now I want the public to know that when we report out on those assessments, we have to go into closed session. That's an absolute fact based on what our attorneys tell us, so understand that. So that's the only thing we would go into closed session for, is to report those and answer your questions related to it. The cost to do both candidates, total is gonna be around $700 to do that. So I don't, completely candid, that's just pass through, it's not like we're making money on that. So do you have a level of comfort with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's our plan. Now what it means is we don't know what our decision date is gonna be, because we need to see how quickly we can get this stuff done. So to your public, know that we've got a little bit of work to do before we can publish, when we're gonna be able to get back, get the report from the site committee, that'll happen in a public meeting, get the report of those assessments, and then you guys can discuss what you found out in your information gathering via more phone calls, okay?
Do we have an estimate around that?
When is their next regularly scheduled meeting?
The 14th.
Well, definitely by then. It's more about figuring out, we can get the assessments done and you can get the phone calls done. The problem is seeing when those site visits can be scheduled, so I have to talk to candidates before I know that. So I'm gonna say a week to 10 days. If that's the case, you'd schedule a special meeting. So we would, we have to have 18 hours to post a special meeting. We wanna make sure the public is very aware of what's going on. Because I don't want anybody to feel like they weren't, included, informed, and this wasn't transparent. Okay?
How do you pick who goes on the site visits? I mean, I know it's 2 board members, 1 from each.
I would like to work with you on that, and so, we can talk about what makes sense. If there is a doubt about, if there's the same situation, like from the staff perspective, I know staff generally doesn't want to commit to certain candidates because they're afraid that person won't get the job, and then the person who does will get mad at them, like that's an awkward thing. So we can talk about who you think is kind of best to do that. Are you comfortable with my working with the board president on that? Or do we need to talk about that now?
I'd say let's talk about it now.
Okay. So Terry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm gonna have you, listen with strong ears, because you're gonna be my buddy in communication on this. And so we know who our 2 board members are gonna be? Did we settle that, or did we not settle it?
No, so.
Okay, so we know it's gonna be John, so we're trying to get a handle on which of you is gonna do it. And it is gonna take daytime, I'm not gonna mislead you about this. And so,
I can do it,
okay, all right, that's.
but we're both going to the same place,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Mhm.
So 2 different days?
Usually it's gonna be 2 different days.
Okay,
We'll have to figure that out,
okay.
what that looks like as far as convenience and getting in the district or whatever. It could be, because these aren't so far away, that we can do a morning and an afternoon, but that might be a little tight, so we'll see how that comes together. So talk to me about an administrator.
Griff?
Griff is like, why am I sitting in this back row? I should have left 5 minutes ago.
How about Josh?
Yeah, he's got a full plate.
Yeah, Josh doesn't.
Oh, Josh,
know
that's a
either
good
one.
idea.
Josh is completely disassociated from either one. and,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So we'll do Josh.
Yeah.
Okay? Talk to me about teachers, and I need to know if we need to do secondary and elementary.
I think we should do both.
Okay?
I recommend Jennifer Gentry.
Is everybody comfortable with that?
TEA?
Okay. And another one? Is this, if it's somebody that already is fully in the camp of one of the candidates?
She's a reference.
Oh, I didn't know
Oh,
that.
that's true, that's true, I forgot about that, yeah.
All right, so maybe not. Let's back away from that and
I forgot about that.
make a better choice.
If, I don't know, someone, I mean, you looked at a principal who had worked for him, I don't know, teacher who hasn't worked for him. But not too new to the district. Just a thought.
Who would that
I don't
be?
even know. if
Yeah.
that
I can promise you, I don't know.
Yeah.
Throw them under the bus.
Dude,
Pardon me?
Throw them under the bus. Let's.
are we bound telling somebody?
I worked for him before, so I.
Griff, do you know anybody that has not worked for, that you might volunteer for the high school? A teacher?
We've got several teachers that have not worked for it. The majority of teachers in the high school have not worked for it.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it would be interesting to also have an elementary teacher who also would likely have not worked for Rick.
Okay.
I agree.
Well, why don't we get with Griff and so we don't have to name their names here, maybe they
I
don't want to
know.
go.
People be texting them like, hey,
Hey,
your name came up at the board meeting last night. Good, oh, thanks. Okay, so a high school teacher and elementary teacher that will be resolved tomorrow.
And middle school's gonna be left out.
I think they'll forgive us for that though. Is that true?
Josh is administrator.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, so you've got that middle level focus, okay. So talk to me about non-instructional staff.
I'm sorry, what?
Non-instructional staff?
Devin?
Yeah, yeah, we volunteered them.
Voluntold.
No previous connection?
No.
No, didn't
Okay.
either one.
Good, fantastic. Now let's just talk about the public. You know, parent leader. Gotta do it.
Somebody impartial. That's a big one.
Two, you can do two.
PTO president, PTO.
Do you have a PTO council here? What do you
That's a
think?
good idea.
We're talking about the PTO president?
She's on the PTO.
Oh, okay.
Lynn Davis.
Everybody's good with that?
She's gonna lead.
What I need is that when this group reports to you, I need you to believe them.
If she can, yeah.
So trust is an important factor here. Okay, so do you have that, Terry? Tell me if we need to add anybody else. Think about this for a minute.
I think we're good.
Well, we don't know what ones are available, so.
We'll find out.
What?
I think we're good. I mean,
Okay.
we don't need to take a whole bus up there or over there or wherever it's at, so.
Okay, so it sounds like we think we've got a pretty good plan. Now what will happen is that I will ask the candidates to come up with a list of folks to meet with. I'm not gonna have them overly structure this, and you're also gonna wanna hit places that are on the list. So, you know, maybe you're gonna go to a local breakfast joint and say, hey, tell me what you think about your superintendent, how are things going? Things like that, right? You're gonna get a sense of stuff. So there'll be some structure and also some unstructured.
We did a site visit and we kind of split up and went to different places in the town and then came back rather than going around as a big group, but maybe it's better to do it as a group so everybody experiences the same
That's what I'm
thing.
concerned about, is that kind of consistency of the experience. seems probably important in this. That way, when the group is reporting, they're reporting from the perspective of the same lens. Okay. We'll get with folks to see how quickly we can get those assessments done, so that'll be pretty quick, but we'll do it the next time we get together as far as reporting out. And like I said, we'll get those assignments to you. Any other questions?
Would it be okay for teachers to input on just a clarification? Clarify?
What was that?
I'll ask the board if that's okay with them.
What's the question
They asked
here?
if they could just clarification.
Table the $700 until we do the site visit. If the site visit doesn't give clarity, then do the $700 test.
Question, the $700 test, what's the turnaround? If we do the site visit and that puts us out a week from now, do we say, okay, we have to do the $700 test? Is that something that's like a call them up and it's a 48-hour turnaround, they take the test, computer, whatever? I mean, I don't want to say we can table that. It's a good idea to not spend the $700 if we don't have to, but if it needs to be done simultaneously to maintain an appropriate timeline, I don't want to sacrifice that.
With all due respect, you also can't afford to drag this out. Right, so that's paramount. And in the context of the millions of dollars that a superintendent is responsible for, $700 in total for 4 assessments is,
In the context of $100 that we have a budget to spend in our classroom, it just seemed a lot.
I get it.
I agree too.
And we understand that there is no decision, so we love that they're seeking clarity. So we just, that hit kind of hard.
I know, like, what she's talking about. I agree. But the only question I would say about the assessments is, are they going to matter to you? Are you going to pay attention to what you see? Because if you're more on the experiential in how you collect evidence, right? If that's the case, then the site visits and the phone calls are going to do it for you.
That one for me.
I really want to see every possible shred of data that we can.
I would like to see them too.
I've got a quarter standing on edge here, so everything.
I bet you're going to have a good time with the results. That's what I think.
I mean, the big piece of that is that it shows who they actually are based on these questions, not who they portray themselves as.
It does, because if they equivocate or
It's
distort
deep.
their answers, it reports equivocation and distortion.
Yes.
It's kind of brutal that way. So you would know if they were trying to answer the questions in a way to portray something. That's
You
all.
don't know.
It's not like one of those personality tests that you're like, wait a minute, they just asked me this question, now they're asking a different way, I'm too smart for this.
Well, they do that because they're checking to see, how accurately you're answering that question. But in this case, it's not yes or no. You have to actually rank them 1 out of 4. And so it's very finite as far as how it responds. Okay, I feel like we have a good sense. I appreciate the kind of thinking from you all about, hey, is this the best use of our resources that are very
I appreciate
precious.
the clarification, that is what you really want.
Yeah, okay. All right, you guys did really good work tonight. Stay tuned. A little more work to do.
Get a motion to adjourn?
Support.
All in favor?